Hello, beloved audience, and welcome back to yet another episode of the Empire of Blood. Episode 8, A Moment of Respite. That, for those of you who have been watching the series up to this point, know is very, very needed by our ill-fated heroes. When last we witnessed their adventures, we first visited Lysandra, who, right before Tara and Tirfi came in and Tara was planning on confessing her affections, was in the middle of genetically We're still scuffed here at Empire of Blood. I think I've said that every single episode because I've always slipped up within the first minute of recording. We love this for me. Was in the middle of genetically reconstructing her Eidolon, Typhon. Which, a scene that, when witnessed, did cause some stress to Tara, as some very, very old and profound magic was active in the room, and it felt very much like witnessing something you were not supposed to see. And blazonly ignoring what was displayed, Tara, as she intended to, confessed her feelings to Lysandra, which went over quite positively to both parties involved. We then moved over to Galatea's home, where Tara, Tirfi, and Galatea all spoke with Galatea's mother, Athanasia, a powerful witch who we have seen only on one occasion before, who lives in an island far removed from Eurydia, which allowed Tara, while she was getting a relic that would help her withstand the fight for Kip, which didn't end up happening, but still, got, for the first time, a breath of fresh air outside of the Empire. Tara also made a second deal with the witch Athanasia, a favor to be called in the future, in exchange for some of the flowers growing on the island that she would take back to Lysandra. Tirfi has a small chat with Atticus after returning to her home, and after a couple of various conversations, set up an elaborate prank to go off during Kipariso's trial. Tirfi also got word that a pirate vessel called the Tone Deaf Siren was heading over from a port in Ozera, and while Captain Mordecai certainly would be a powerful ally for the Vox Ancilli to have, they were not the ones who called him in. They are not taking immediate action, rather just watching to see what occurs. Some preparations happen before the trial, some preparing certain spells, others arriving at the Colosseum well in advance. Tara, one of the people who arrived at the Colosseum early, witnessed an interesting figure who was present in the arena, wearing full plate armor, distinctly different from the armor worn by Eurydian knights and citizens, or centurions and citizens, rather, and a sallet helm that was hiding their features. And whoever this individual was seemed to be a handler for the resident executioner, Asphodel. Tirfi and Ibis also both meet up early in the Colosseum and have a brief but poignant chat about the events that are going to be taking fold just a couple of hours after the conversation happened. Ibis also had a word with this mysterious stranger and learned that they are the bodyguard of an ambassador from the kingdom theocracy of Cravan. And then the trial begins and is interrupted by none other than the Empress herself, who, provoked by Tirfi's aforementioned prank as well as the tauntings coming from Kipariso, voided the trial and Kipariso's not yet disclosed sentence in a childish outburst of divine rage, killing Kipariso 3 times, throwing him from surface to surface with telekinetic might, before returning to her podium and announcing that the ill-fated heroes are to go on a suicide mission into the jungle. Kip gives a speech of sedition and inspires doubt and fear in the citizens of the Empire. And Decima, urging and willing to defend the honor, you might be able to hear the air quotes, of the Empress, by attempting to attack Kipariso, successfully knocking him unconscious, before immediately being bested and humiliated by Tara Lionsborn. Decima retreats, and at the very end of the session, Ibis gets a debriefing on exactly the threat that awaits them after their 1 week of preparation. A corrupted warrior who was the result of void taint and a half-completed ritual of sustainment, who attacks any Euridian citizen on sight without mercy or remorse. And now, we return, starting the day after, to the Euridian Empire, where our 6 ill-fated heroes have 1 week to soothe their spirits and prepare themselves accordingly before venturing into the jungles of Turak. We are going to start with Tara Lionsborn. Tara, what are you going to be doing during your 1 week rest?
Tara had a couple of things that Tara wanted to do.
Sure.
First thing that Tara would have been doing was every morning when Tara goes out to hunt, she would have invited Lysandra to go with her, and introducing Tara. Tara would then introduce Lysandra, Delphi, and Typhon to Hercules.
Let's actually, we're going to give it a little bit of time since there's a lot to cover today, but let's actually go ahead and focus in on that moment. Tara, you bring Lysandra and Typhon and Delphi through the city, both of you, of course, making careful efforts to obscure Delphi to the best of your ability as you bring her in and out of the city. No roll required.
Just kind of like wrap her up in the lion's pelt.
Fantastic.
It's just more stuff from my hunt. You guys don't want to see the gory remains of animals that I hunted.
So, Lysandra, on this, the first morning when you are brought out to hunt with Tara, You are brought to a small, secluded grove, barely contained within the walls of the city.
I do
And
want to make a small point.
sure,
Tara did not bring any of her weapons because Tara on the because Tara has not. Tara's doing that thing where she just lets the beast out today.
incredible. No weapons adorning her form. Tara leads you into that secluded grove. You see two things. I will point out the smaller thing first
Yes.
before the larger thing. You see a shrine to one of the quote unquote false divinities, the gods of old Eurydia, before the rise of the empire and the practice of sustainment. It is a shrine dedicated to Sirik, the god of bountiful harvest and good fortune. It is an empty cornucopia, inlaid in bronze on top of a stone altar, with various offerings from the hunt placed around it. Small scraps that Tara couldn't use to feed anybody, but would still be acceptable as a form of worship. And the second thing you see is a gigantic bipedal creature. No fur, instead rough gray keratinous skin, similar to that of a rhinoceros, and 3 gleaming yellow eyes on either side of its face, large imposing claws and forelimbs, and razor sharp black fangs. Give me a nature check to see if you can put together what this creature is.
Okay.
We'll see if Lysandra does it. 20! Someone actually knows what it is! Lysandra,
Yeah.
first off, out the gate, you know for a certainty, whatever this creature is, and you do know what it
Yes.
is not local to Turok or Izun or Eurydia. It is not from this or any of the surrounding islands. You actually know that this beast, a gray render, is usually from the continent of Vaustris, which is an ocean away from you. Very specifically, gray renders are common in the nation of Gaul, Ghaul, which is very, to put it in real world terms, it's very like Nordic and like Norwegian and Finnish as an area. Gray renders are very curious creatures with hulking forms and terrible appetites. But as an evolutionary quality, want more than anything at all to form a bond with an intelligent creature, and once bonded, will give its life to protect that creature.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the very weird thing about gray renders, only have one gender. They are like genderless, for lack of a better term. They reproduce completely asexually by forming nodules on their body that break off and begin life as young gray renders. They just fall off of their mother's body.
Okay.
Very strange magical creatures. Basically, to put it in layman's terms, this thing is a giant dog that just reproduces without needing another gray render. So the fact that this gray render is here at all means that eventually there will be a lot more of them in the jungles of Tarak. They are actually very, very disruptive in any ecosystems that they find themselves in because of the nature of their reproduction.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So, you know what this is.
And Tara just proudly proclaims, "This is Hercules," or something like that.
Yeah, Tara's like, Hercules, come boy. And she'll kind of pet the hulking beast and go, "This is Hercules. I have no idea what he is, but he's obedient, so I let him stay." I found him one day when I was hunting. It was the day I brought home all of the displacer beast parts that were less butchered and more torn into pieces. He killed the displacer beast for me. I didn't have to do it. It was great.
Now, on a 20 intelligence, I will say
Yeah.
one more thing.
Yeah.
Something that Lysandra would definitely pick up on. And this is something that has already been called out in our text chat in the Discord.
Yes.
Lysandra, this is a giant hulking beast that is incredibly strong and ferocious, is obedient to the letter, and reproduces naturally with no need for intervention. If the Empire gets a hand on these, it could be very dangerous.
Lysandra probably holding both Delphi and Typhon back, just like, no, no, no. Goes, "Well, congratulations on finding a gray render.
Oh, is that what this is?
Yes, and him being here is not a good sign. He's not even in his native domicile, his existence, his land. He is very far away from home. Or
He and I
there.
both.
Much further.
Still.
You should not let the Empire know that they are here.
I was not planning to. I had actually planned. I have a friend I met through Tirfi that is. I had made a plan. At least I haven't acted on it or spoken to Tirfi about it, but I was going to see if I could get him to my home, back to the jungles where we are going. Perhaps at the same time as us. My uh, the site where my family died is still technically sacred ground for me, and I was going to have this large hulking beast, and she'll pet just underneath its chin. I was going to have him protect it and live there, since I cannot.
Lysandra nods and then goes, "He just. The way they reproduce is very easy. Um, they don't need, like, another mate, another partner, or anything. It kind of happens in a. I would just be careful because there could be more of them in a couple of months, and then soon in a year there could be plenty. And if
Well,
the Empire finds out a very ferocious and obedient creature like them, that could
Yes.
spell out more disaster.
Yes, yes, it could. I do not want to give the Empire an army of these beasts. That's why I want to take him home, to take him back to the jungles. I need to speak to Tirfi about it, but I may have a way to get him there discreetly, while with as at the same time we are being transported. You have no idea how excited I am to go home. I know that the Empress, whatever fucking title is, um, said that, you know, it's a suicide mission, it's this, it's that. I'm going home for the first time in years. I'm so fucking excited. And I'm going to see if I can take him with me. Or at least have him brought to me.
Hmm.
Also, with the grove itself, I had wondered, I was also speaking to Tirfi about this. Do you, since you have station in the Empire, do you happen to know how one would go about purchasing land?
I could potentially ask around.
I need to know who owns this particular plot. This small forest area that I have been using to hunt since I was allowed out of the city walls. I want to build a hunting lodge of sorts, a home outside of the walls for us to enjoy. One that is more made for you, since the one they gave us was clearly not. And Tara has probably the most malice that she ever really has in her voice. At that point, kind of like when she speaks to Decima.
I
She is
think yeah.
she is not happy with the fact that they gave Lysandra a house, but it was clearly not made for Lysandra.
I think she just smiles and just kind of gently puts a hand on your shoulder and just squeezes it. I would like that. I would still have to be at the station a couple of times, but
Obviously, but we could use that house more as a business and this as a home.
I'd like that, yeah. And I'm sure these two would like that. I don't know what Typhon and Delphi are doing, but they're causing a muck.
But other than that, like Tara will just smile and go. I also just want to warn you ahead of time. I may have sent a letter to the Empress herself. It was not snarky, at least not to my, from what I understood it. I just thanked her for sending me home. But she doesn't like me very much, so I very highly, I am willing to put money on she took it poorly. I also returned Decima's weapons. Well, it's an act of good faith toward the Empire. I don't know. Take the heat off you a little, hopefully.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. You don't have to return the weapons, but again, act of good favor at least will hopefully
Flails,
cool the ire.
flails aren't exactly my style anyway. Especially ones that bestow curses. That's poor form and a weakling's weapon. But Yeah, I'm hoping that the Empress, which likely she's cried on me more than once after that letter. Um, I don't know. I don't have the brooch thing. I threw it into the fucking ocean, I do believe. I threw it pretty damn hard. I was hoping it would hit the ocean. Um, but it, I just, I am hoping that people will stop associating my very blatant heresy with you. But I know that it's going to get worse if we are public about our relationship, and I would understand if you did not want to be um, out and forward with your affection toward me. But I I was planning, and she'll kind of gesture down to the like tattoos on her arms. I was planning to have snakes incorporated into my rose thorns.
I I feel Lysandra will just like drag the hand down the arm and just kind of trace the tattoos as she's looking at them, and she goes, I think that would be very fetching on you. Um, I do agree that maybe the secrecy should be here for a little bit. But it will come to a point where the way things are going, that we don't have to hide much anymore.
So, are you going to tell me what happened that day with Kip? Because I still don't know. I never really ask about your prophecies because it shakes you up quite a bit, but it seemed to shake both of you up, and then one of our friends was executed 3 times.
Uh, even though that they're out in the or not in the jungle, but outside of the Empire just a little bit, she would still relink the telepathic um messages and would explain like the prophecy that she saw with Kip and go. Basically, Eudorus has a very powerful artifact that was stolen from the Empire that discredits the sustaining mother of her attempt of godhood.
Ah.
And
Mhm.
having no evidence, clear coded evidence that Eudorus was the person who did it, they can't find the book, they don't know where it is. She was in charge of the mercenary for picking them up and taking them away.
Can Lysandra also hear Tara's thoughts?
No.
Okay.
Unless I do detect thoughts
Okay, cool.
as a spell.
Tara will just go, so going and rescuing Defon's boyfriend would probably be a bad idea. Maybe more heat down on our heads for Kipariso. Fuck. Well, I gave my word anyway. I'm not going to tell Kip I can't, but that's going to be interesting. If we are to help him, how would you suggest we go about it? To be as secretive as possible. Perhaps we do not bring. What did Kip say his name was? I don't know, the war bard, the poet. Perhaps we don't bring him back to Euridia. Perhaps we set him on his way elsewhere?
That's a potential. We could do that. But based on what we witnessed at the Colosseum and everything that I've been getting as of late, it feels like if we bring back Eudorus back home, that is the nail in the coffin that will probably get all of us kicked out.
And that is what what is supposed to happen, correct?
My son just nods her head.
Okay. Well, oh well. Fuck it.
And then just mentally goes, I don't want to give you the whole detail just in case people try to. Yeah.
I understand. Prophecy is a weird and difficult subject a lot of the time, and I personally, that's why I don't ask about it, because it scares the shit out of me. Not going to lie to you. I do not understand how, my love, you do it, because I absolutely could not. It would drive me literally insane. And one day, I will have words with whatever it is that gives you your prophecies, and they will not be nice. But until that time, I am just happy to be by your side and to support you when you need it. Also, I know that you don't typically come to my matches because you have to do your work. But I was thinking, just while we are preparing to leave, I was going to pick up a few extra fights because, well, I need extra money for tattoos. So, and obviously preparation for going elsewhere, but tattoos, I definitely want them. And so I was hoping maybe you could come watch. I'm sure Typhon would love to watch me kick someone's ass.
She just lets out like a little dainty laugh as like we're talking about the tattoos, and that's what the money is for. And also, we need stuff for travel. But
But also tattoos.
But also tattoos, and she just nods her head and just goes, "Of course." I will make sure to push all the clientele for later in the evening.
Wonderful. Now, shall we hunt?
Sure.
Fantastic.
Okay.
And then Tara will go after small game at first, to kind of teach Delphi specifically how to hunt.
This is going to be a little weird, but if I could, I would like to actually circle back to the hunting.
Yes.
In the interest of introducing our guest NPC, I'd actually like to cut to the arena as the second part of Tara's Rest. So, Tara, over the course of the week, you enlist yourself in a couple of extra fights, just so that you can earn some extra dosh, get some extra gold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Around...
Tara also went and got from probably the same bladesmith that made the dagger for Lysandra, had herself a little short sword made, because the arena's not worth bringing Dusk's Tooth. She has that nice and safe in her house.
Exactly. That's perfect. So, with your new short sword in hand. Around the middle of the week, there's more of a hustle and bustle around the Colosseum than usual. And though you might like to believe otherwise, it doesn't seem like the extra hustle and bustle is for you. As you go to like get into the barracks, you are actually requested by one of the centurions working on guard shift to go join the audience.
She'll just kind of, do you think Tara would probably know the guards by this point?
Yeah. This one,
kinda...
random name. This dude's Alexios.
Alexios, what do we got today? New fighters?
Yes and no. There's a presentation by a magistrate about a new beast of war.
Oh,
But,
of course that
and
is.
he very jokingly saddles up to you and goes, I heard she's going to need a volunteer for a demonstration.
Oh, hell yes. All right, can you have my weapons just ready?
I will.
I got, and
Hand them over.
she'll
I'll
kind
take
of
them.
give him, she's gonna give him the arena shield, and she'll go, look, I had a new sword made, and it's like a standard gladius, except it's got a similar pommel to Dusk's tooth. It's made with monster bone, like my like my sword, but ones that I hunted instead of the other ones. Because she shows her sword off to the guards. She's kind of buddied up to them at this point.
Perfect. He nods and goes, all right, go get in the audience. I will bring these out when you volunteer.
Thank you. She'll kind of like almost buzzing, like ready to go.
Fantastic.
Find like a front row seat, ready to.
So you head away out into the audience. I'll ask right now, is there anybody else, any other members of our ill-fated heroes, who would like to be here for the presentation on this new beast of war that is going to be unveiled?
I think Lysandra would be here, partially because she
Okay.
promised Dara that she'd be at all the events.
Lysandra would be here.
I was supporting girlfriend.
Gotta be here.
Okay, Tirfi will be here. Ibis would have
Ibis
been...
would be there.
Okay, Ibis
Or
would have been
no?
requested to show up, so that's perfect.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
Galatea and Kip?
I don't think you know how much I want to be there, but I don't know if they would.
Okay, that's fine.
Unless
Kiparisa
someone
will
drags
not
him
be
along.
there.
I think Altair would actually be busy doing something else.
Okay, perfect.
Time.
So, Galatea and Kip are not here in the arena, but Ibis, Tirfi, and Lysandra are all in the audience.
Tara will just since they're all in the audience, Tara will literally go around to the areas and like select them. Like, no, I want you all to sit with me. I don't get to be up here all the time.
Excellent. I love it. So, in the center of the Colosseum, you see a halfling woman who is hurriedly bustling about between a large wolf-like creature, deep black fur, and on its head and back are glimmering iridescent scales. And you see a couple of other cages of smaller wolves, also with these scales adorning the tops of their heads and their spines, who look eager to release some pent-up energy. There's an individual on the stage, dark skin, with patches of lighter skin throughout, vitiligo for those who are familiar. And a figure comes up and approaches her. Tara, you don't recognize this figure, but you know exactly where this figure is from. You see a Black Panther tabaxi covered in ceremonial Turaki war paints, and carrying a large staff on his back. Step
Is
up
like
to the
razor
woman.
sharp teeth, ear, grin, ear.
Just so you know, Dad is sleeping downstairs on the couch.
Come again? I thought someone said something. Maybe I misheard. That's okay. And we see a small scene between the individual up on the stand ready to present and this tabaxi gentleman, who steps up and goes, "Magistrate, I beg you to reconsider. You can't just ask someone to fight one of these things. You know what they are capable of. We cannot bring in some random gladiator and expect them to hold their own."
Not as if I'm asking them to fight him and she'll. Oh, I almost fell off. And gesture to the big boy next to her. He's not fighting to. They'll be fine. Plenty of other people have fought the other ones and lived. And they're not even gladiators.
Fair enough. I dislike
Look,
the idea of showing off the capabilities of the scale wolves in this way, but they are your creation.
Look, you're worrying over nothing. It's going to be fine. Nobody. Look, a gladiator is gonna volunteer. Most likely. I highly doubt somebody with no combat experience is just gonna pop up down here and go, "No, yeah, I'll do it." No. It's. No, absolutely not. Like, that's okay. That's insane. Who would even do that?
You see Evander nods. And giving up the argument, you, over here, with your very, very attuned hearing, some of the workers behind you, it's small snippets of conversation back and forth, but it's snide remarks. "I can't wait for the mad magistrate's presentation to crash and burn. Her work is already undignified. A little humiliation would go a long way for her." And you feel the hairs on your neck stand.
I feel like she just not even it's like 1 second in the middle of saying no, it's fine. Only a crazy person would volunteer with no combat experience. Immediately just whips around and calmly walks over, stands behind the person who is talking, and just waits. Wait for the oh shit.
I
during
do
behind
think
moment.
as you're going to walk away, Evander is going to clasp a hand gently on your shoulder and say, "You are above them, magistrate. Do not forget this.
I know.
Do they wear your robes? Do they
No.
carry your adornments?
No.
Are they here showing off their life's work?
No.
Then pay them no heed. You owe them nothing, magistrate."
Fine. Fine.
Besides, the audience is mostly settled. It's time for you to begin. Best of
I
luck,
didn't mean to slam-
magistrate.
I didn't mean to slam my cup down that hard.
I didn't hear it. That's okay. Evander very gracefully almost drifts off of the stage and heads down to the corner of the arena, where he is pressed against the inner walls, arms crossed and attentive, in case something goes wrong.
Big boy. My big beautiful boy.
So, in front of the podium on the stage, you see a member of the Order of the Sustaining Mother come out and place an iron dais that is inscribed with runes on the podium. This is basically, for all intents and purposes, this is a magic microphone. As long as Enyo is placing a hand on it, her voice will be amplified to where the entire arena can hear.
Cool. I stare over my notes as if I just didn't write all of this several hours ago.
Enyo, the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks. I'm having stage fright for a non-virtual format.
It's okay.
Ugh. Okay. Where is it? So, for all intents and purposes, microphone, touch, other hand on her boy, on her big boy. I feel like, she's probably still, like, hairs up from the, no, you're better than this, don't do this. Okay. Is the Empress overwatching this today, or is she not in attendance?
So, the Empress, due to events from a previous session, is unfortunately not in attendance, but one of her bishops is here in her place.
I mean, it's slightly less pressure.
Slightly less pressure.
But not much. I feel like she stands there for a minute. Welcome to the presentation of the new War Beast. I have been working on this for years innumerable. This is my passion project, and she'll just sort of like, as she's talking, just have like, I'm assuming Aries is like just sitting.
Aries is very well behaved given the situation and is sitting. No, he's standing at full attention. Baring his fangs but not moving on the podium next to you.
Yeah. This magnificent beast is one of my best specimen that I've ever made. And going forward, the other scale wolves behind me, as they have been moved out of the arena, are all equally capable. However, going forward, I would sure hope that knock my headphones, that all of them will turn out like him and should like make jazz hands. So as you see, they have scales running down their spine, and like she'll have them like turn around, do a little fancy circle. And you may notice like down the top, like down the center of their tails as well. Their spines. This is not her messing up, it's me messing. Or maybe
that's okay. Both of you can be nervous. As she goes on, you see the hulking, almost apex of the scale wolves. Again, like I described, deep black fur, scales that instead of the muted grays and greens like you see on the other scale wolves are iridescent. And look razor sharp. You can see where there would normally be slobber dripping from the muzzle of this beast. There are instead lines of deep black, ichor-like venom that drop onto the ground, and as they hit the wooden stand, kind of sizzle a little bit.
And as you see here, on the scales, they are incredibly sharp to the point where you cannot touch them without gaining a wound, which is why they are such an essential in battle and such good use for the front lines. Melee attacks, now, well, they are well-built beasts and they can take a hit. However, they can also damage the enemy were the enemy to hit them. So it's a bit of an equal exchange, I suppose you could call it. They are, I would dare say, nearly as strong as war horses. Aries right here. His name is Aries. He is very sweet.
You say very sweet, and he's still, like, baring his fangs at the entire audience and looking through the rows of fresh meat.
Right. In fact, and I feel like she's like whistles to him and like has him like lay down so she can reach his like face, because she's a short woman. She is not very tall.
He does lay.
And so, and the crowd watches as she reaches her hands on his mouth and physically opens it herself, revealing terrifying teeth.
The teeth are dripping with black ichor.
And she is just like touching it. And as you see here, now not all scale wolves have the venom on them. It's a mutation that does not follow through to all of them. Now all of them do not have this venom. However, all of them are capable of ending or subduing enemies to the Empire. And they are all equally skilled in this craft, and I adore them all so much. I put my life's work into them, and I think that they will be I feel like mouth closed, and if one hand was not touching the microphone, it would be hands ringing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the other one kind of doesn't know what to do. It's just kind of there, like wiping off the...
I love in world and out of the world how like poorly planned this presentation was, because it's very good for Enyo as a character.
Yeah, it's like she planned it, but she didn't plan for being shaken by the fact, no, you can't confront those people. No.
That's fair. She would be talking better if she chewed out the two servants.
Correct.
I love that. You also do know, true, while all of your scale wolf specimens are not venomous, the two that you brought for this demonstration are.
Yeah. Will she disclose that? Maybe.
She doesn't
Probably
have to.
will. I'll see if I remember it when I'm talking. It is. And so, I mean, I could tell you all day about their skills and all of these numbers. However, I feel the best way to show you what they can do, and she kind of like clears her throat and like
You see on the sidelines, Evander pull out of his like pouch the ribbon tied box.
Nice. And so, with that said, I would like a volunteer to come down and help me show how capable they are in battle. Now, these two that I brought with me, and she'll gesture to wherever they are on the outer ring.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure they're somewhere. She's not looking.
They're both in front of the little stage.
She's not here right now. Leave her a message at the beep. Now these two I brought with me do possess venom. I had somebody else pick the two that I was bringing today. The people who take care of them are very skilled and they know which ones were the best to bring, so I trusted their judgment on it. Their venom cannot kill you. Whoever fights, you will be fine. And even if you are to get injured or wounded, I brought with me medical staff from where I'm from who are skilled in taking care of the wounds and the poison from these creatures. And with your contribution, you would also gain 500 gold pieces for your contribution, as well as a mystery magical item.
I should specify. The magical item is incentive to volunteer. The 500 gold is if you beat the wolves.
I feel like it's somebody running up going like, hey, wait. It's like
Evander will come up on the stage with the box. We'll say, if I may, magistrate.
Oh, yeah.
He puts his hand upon the dais and says, "With that, Magistrate Enyo poses a challenge to the bold. For those who think themselves worthy to contend with these war beasts, and the magistrate herself, a fine magical item will be awarded to you for volunteering, and 500 gold pieces delivered to your purse, should you fell the wolves and the magistrate. May the mortal goddess herself look upon this grand fight with favor." Pulls his hand from the dais.
As he said bold, Tara had already jumped into the...
I love it. You leap out of the stands and just land straight in. You see Alexios quickly run out and drop off your shield and your sword to you.
I'm just gonna take it and be like, oh, hell yeah. Oh!
Okay.
Because Tara's ready, but Tara will approach before, like, the fight starts and goes, before... And she's addressing the magistrate. She goes, I don't know if you know who I am. I am Tara Lionsborn. I am a champion gladiator in this arena. Those are adorable.
Oh, thank you so much. Aren't they really? Like everyone's like, oh, they're so, but they're so cute, right?
No,
Look
they're
at
adorable.
him.
His
Look at
teeth
him.
remind me of mine, and she'll smile and show her own razor sharp teeth.
I feel like Enya's like has like cat-like pupils, so they just blow the fuck out, and she's like, let me look. I want to see. Can I see?
Yeah, she'll kneel down and just open her mouth and let her, like, fuck it, why not?
Enya is having a fucking time. It's muttering to herself, holy crap.
Incredible.
If you wish, after the fight, we can discuss more. And she'll look over to, what was the cat folk's name?
Evander.
And you, sir, it is good to see someone from my homeland.
You see, very strangely, he looks to you, kind of doesn't react at all, and almost, I would say, has a grimace.
Ah, I see.
And he takes a large, magically reinforced steel chain, wraps it around Ares and catches it in between his jaws, and pulls Ares to the side of the arena to make way for the fight that's about to come.
Yeah, he's sometimes not the most talkative. He's not one of the talkative types sometimes.
It's okay. Most people give me that reaction. It's fine.
You think hanging around me, he'd handle that better, but
yeah, a lot of people in the Empire, I have noticed, don't particularly like me. The only time they really cheer for me is when I'm down in the pits, with my life on the line. It's okay.
All right.
It's good to see that you are nice, though.
I do have to get this combat started.
Yeah,
way we have enough time to do everybody's rests.
Yeah.
So, Tara, now very familiar to you, you take your position on the field. The stage is moved out of the sand, and Enyo and two of its wolves stand across from you. I'm going to need initiative from both of you.
Sure, boss. Do you want me to roll initiative for the dogs?
The scale wolves, for the purpose of this combat, are both going on your turn.
Very cool. I suddenly forget where initiative is. There it is. That's a cool 11.
Okay.
2.
2. Love it. Okay. Add turn. The what? Hold on.
I need to make my rolls not to DM.
Okay. So, the tension in the arena is palpable as both of you prepare. The bishop, sitting at the top of the stand, places her own hand upon the dais. Both of the hairs on your necks climb as the anticipation for the combat that is about to start rests in the air. Begin! Enyo, slightly quicker, not slightly, quicker to react in the moment than Tara. What are you
I was
doing?
distracted by how cute the dogs are.
Yes, that's my real strategy in this. The dogs will distract you.
We love it.
Alright, gamers. I am going to cast a spell. Cool. And I made sure none of my spells are concentration. I am going to cast a mirror image on myself.
Okay. So, right away, Enyo starting off the combat. And Tara, you knowing full well magic is anything goes as long as you do not affect the audience. Suddenly, Enyo's body begins to shift, and several duplicates of itself cling from off her skin before separating, and there are several dancing images of Enyo occupying her space.
Okay. And, I'm not here to do the fighting. I'm here to let my dogs do the fighting, baby.
Fair enough.
So, I'm gonna have, for the sake, so they're gonna go Neo. They're gonna go... shit, I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm just gonna go there.
Okay.
I think they have 40 feet. No,
Yes.
they have 50.
50 feet of movement.
So there's one,
Okay.
and then there's two. And then they're gonna bite. Smile.
Fantastic. They have pack tactics. Please roll each of their bites at advantage.
Who let the dog? No, it has not been. Does a 23 hit you?
Yeah, 23 is gonna hit.
Okay. Tara, I will say, if you would have liked it, I would have given you you had an opportunity to start your rage.
Oh yeah, no, Tara was raging when she jumped into the thing.
Okay, perfect. Awesome.
Very, very happy rage. Like, that's how
So,
Tara
I
works.
need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
I'm rolling the second attack, by the way.
Okay, roll
for
the second attack.
For the second dog. Is it 19 hit?
19.
19 will indeed hit.
So I
You
need
said
2
con save?
Constitution saving throws. Yes, indeed.
That's a
Okay.
6
6
and a 9.
and a 9. So, you suffer 12 points of piercing damage, halved to 6, 7 points of poison, 6 points of piercing, halved to 3, 4 points of poison, and you are poisoned. You feel immediately, in a very strange way, you almost recognize this. You feel serpent's venom begin to course its way through your body. You can
What's
feel
the
yourself.
total damage number?
So 12 half to 6, 6 half to 3, so 9 plus 7 brings it to 16, plus 4 is 20.
Alright.
And that's it for me.
Alrighty, so right out the gate, how's Tara looking?
She's not quite half health, but she's getting there.
Okay. Remember again, these are beasts of war. Tara.
Tara's just gonna, like, roll her neck and be like, oh, this is going to be fun. And will attack with her short sword at the one directly in front of her. And I want to say this
Okay.
specifically. All of what Tara's doing is non-lethal. She
Okay.
does not want to kill these wolves.
Fantastic.
Because she heard in the she heard in like the speech that this was this person's life's work, so she doesn't want to kill them.
Perfect. Awesome.
That is a natural one.
That's
actually.
fine. I was gonna say it would be a disadvantage because you're poisoned, but you can't get worse than that. Now, remember, you're level 5 now, so you have 2 attacks.
And then she's going to sweep again.
Okay?
And you
This
said
is
disadvantage?
Disadvantage because you're poisoned.
All right. That's a 10.
I do not believe that hits.
Does not hit. Your sword reflects off of their scaly armor. And even against, like, you already have the sense, these are, even though you wouldn't have hit a regular wolf either, these are greatly more difficult to hit than your standard run-of-the-mill wolves.
Tara is just cursing under her breath. I should have brought Dusk's tooth.
And
so I have a question.
Yes, I have an answer.
For bonus action, could I take a defensive stance, or is that a full action?
It is a full action to dodge.
Okay.
I do appreciate the thought, though. Enyo, back to you.
Originally I was like, I could do some stuff. But I think I'm really just gonna vibe back here.
You're just gonna stand back and let the wolves do it, for sure. Give me both of their attacks, both at advantage because of pack tactics.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So the one in front of Tara had the 29, and the one to the side had the 9.
Okay, also, I should specify, at the end of your turn, Tara, the poisoned condition went away. I realized I didn't have that in the ability description.
Make me another con save, baby.
Alrighty. It's just one?
One
Yep.
con save.
Normal, not disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay. That's a natural 20?
Natural 20! Okay. I'm
The
gonna
50%
say you don't take any poison. And you take 3 points of piercing, 6 points of piercing halved to 3.
Tara will growl and grin, and she's just like, oh, not today, not today, not today.
Not today. Tara has
Not
an
today.
undefeated win streak. She is not gonna let it escape her fingers that easily. Tara, we are back to you. What are you gonna do?
So, just really quickly, Sel, we had discussed something about Tara's theranthropy and
We
how it
have.
activates.
I would say...
What would be the HP amount that you would say?
Uh,
'Cause she's never done it in combat before.
I will
or
say...
in front of the entire Empire.
I will say in this circumstance, especially given how dangerous the Scale Wolves have immediately presented themselves to be to you, we're gonna have it go off now.
Alright. So, you see Tara, and everyone in the audience, like Tara's friends, would notice it probably before everyone else did, but the hair, what is normally like a lion's pelt on her shoulders, the fur is not from the lion's pelt anymore, as she begins to grow in size, and is now the full were-lion. She fully, like, lions out in front of the entirety
All right,
of
we
the
haven't
Empire.
we haven't really discussed mechanics for this, but to give you the quick and simple version of it, with your limited hereditary strain of Leoanthropy, you have resistance to any non-magical piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning damage from weapons that are not made of obsidian. And at the start of every turn, you gain 5 temporary hit points. You do not gain temp HP if you start your turn with 0 hit points.
Wonderful.
Okay, so throw 5 temp HP onto yourself.
Alrighty. Let me... All right. Tara is going to just like, you know what? Because this is what are the stress levels again?
Minor, moderate, major, and monstrous.
What do I gotta roll for a moderate? Do you think?
Moderate is just a D4.
All right. Because she's never hulked out in front of lioned out in front of like the citizens of the
4
Empire
points of
before.
stress. What is your stress
Yay.
threshold, and what are you currently at?
Did we get rid of our stress from the rest? Or
Not
am I
yet. At the
still...
end
Okay,
of the
so
full rest, your stress goes away.
I don't remember how to calculate my threshold, but I'm only at 8.
Okay, what's your maximum?
That is also a good question. I am so sorry.
No worries, no worries. I know 8 definitely does not reach it yet. It's
Okay, cool.
20 plus your class level, plus
Okay.
4 times your choice of intelligence or wisdom.
So, okay. So, 25. Okay, cool. I will do that math in just a bit.
Okay,
'Cause
perfect.
my
But
brain,
I
my
know
brain is
8's
not.
far away from it, so let's just continue combat as normal.
Awesome. So Tara is going to now sweep at the first wolf with her sword.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does a 20 hit?
It does hit. I think also I had to pull the thing up. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay.
That is 9 points of slashing damage or piercing damage.
That's
from her
the
short sword.
that's the attack roll. Click the word short sword on the roll 20, like on the little chat box.
Mhm.
Like under the number 20 where it says short sword, click that.
Okay.
Tara also takes what, 5 points of slashing damage?
5 points of slashing damage, having it and rounding down 2. So you swing down with your short sword.
Yeah, 8 points of piercing damage because of rage.
Okay, 8 points of damage to the scale wolf. Tara, as you swing down and land a proper blow on this scale wolf, you see some of its scales are ejected off of its body during the impact, and they thud into your forearm.
Tara's just going to, like, growl and go, "Oh, little bit of bite back. Good, good. This should be interesting."
Go ahead and give me your second attack. We're gonna not count that 9 because that was a misclick.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
Natural
Nat 20.
Total
Okay.
25.
That hits for sure. You take another 2 points of slashing damage.
I now have one temporary hit point left.
Okay.
All right, and then so we'll. So that is 12, 14 points of piercing damage to the wolf.
Cool, thank you. That's what I wanted.
I also want to just remember all of Tara's attacks are non-lethal.
Yeah. I got you.
Okay. Anything else on your turn, Tara?
No, I think that's all I can do, I do believe.
Okay. We go back to Enyo. At this point, it is a war of attrition.
So as long as I stay within the melee range, there's no attack of opportunity, right?
As long as you stay within melee range, yeah.
Cool.
Once you leave the threatened area, it's an attack of opportunity. You can still move around the threatened area, though.
Yeah, so this boy's the injured boy is gonna hop behind Tara. He's gonna
Okay.
Go womp. This other boy, he's gonna go here.
Is Enyo gonna join the fight?
I'm really thinking about it. It seems only fair, right? It seems only fair.
The challenge was introduced as 2 wolves and also Enyo.
very cool. So, we are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. You see. What Darman video now? See. I will cast. Will this actually show up? There it is. I will cast Arms of Hadar. Wait. First, it's when in stealth, so I'd have to move closer.
You have to move closer for Arms of Hadar.
Okay, so that'd be. So I'd have to move. But I'd have to move. I didn't count that.
And remember, it's all creatures within 10 feet of you, so it will impact the wolves.
I changed my mind.
That's okay. Back up. We're good.
I changed my mind. Might change. Instead, I'm gonna.
Well, actually, hold on. If you stand here, in this, hold on. If you stand in this square up here, the radius will only catch Tara.
Is that within my range of movement? I don't think it is. It is!
It is!
Oh my god, it is.
Okay, you're good. So you move to that area, you throw out Arms of Hadar.
Make a strength
Now,
save.
Tara has already made a judgment about Enyo. What Tara sees here might change her mind. You see Enyo run into that corner. Their eyes go crimson red for a fraction of a second, and bloody tendrils. It literally looks like tendrils made of lifeblood erupt from outside of Enyo's body and begin to batter and assault you. And there is a gleam of like golden energy within the blood tendrils that you have recognized before whenever Ibis, a cleric of the Empress, uses blood magic. Give me a strength saving throw.
Alrighty. 21.
Take half of 7 necrotic damage. Rounded down.
Alright.
Rounded down, so
So-
3 points of necrotic damage.
And then you got 2 bites coming your way.
A 20 and a 16 on the bite attacks.
20 hits, 16 matches my matches.
Okay, so that also hits.
Hey baby.
Okay.
Yeah?
Hey baby.
Mhm.
Could I silvery barbs one of them? Could I?
Yes, you may.
Hey, why is that rolling? Why is that rolling like that? Hello.
I guess I would do the either or one of the misses.
Okay. Lysandra, you let out a silvery barbs. One of the wolves misses. So just one saving throw from Tara.
And Tara, you get advantage on your next attack.
Oh, wonderful.
And it just happens because I ignore the vocal component.
Mm-hmm.
17.
17? Okay.
Okay.
Tara, you take 5 points of piercing, 5 points of poison.
So.
And that's
The wolves-
is that halved?
That is
Yeah.
that is halved. 5 and 5.
So the wolf's
One.
on my turn, right? So it's still technically my turn, or is it?
Technically, the wolves are supposed to go slightly after you.
Okay, and I'll honor that. Don't worry
Okay,
about
we'll
it.
honor that. Okay.
That's it.
Those of you who are part of the party in the arena are watching as Tara. You don't see this often. Tara is kind of getting overpowered in this moment. Granted, it's 3 combatants, but Tara is on the back foot in this combat. Tara, 5 temporary HP at the start of your turn.
Alrighty.
What are you doing?
Tara is going to attack the injured wolf.
Okay.
First attack
Get
is a 12.
You make
You
it
have
with an advantage.
Make it with advantage.
With advantage. All right, I'll just roll again. 21.
That hits, yeah.
Okay.
Right. And it takes 6 points of piercing damage. With
You take 2 points of slashing as the scales once again puncture your arm.
All right.
I've got
Uh,
that.
And then she's going to attack it again.
Okay.
She wants this thing to fall. 17.
That does hit the AC.
17 hits
Unfortunately.
exactly.
Okay, awesome. And then 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay. You take another 2 points of slashing.
Oh, that's the wrong character. Don't want to do that to me.
Okay.
Is that correct? Hold on. Yeah, that's right. All
That's right.
Fuck, that's right.
How hurt is this thing looking, if at all?
The one that you are fighting?
Yeah.
It does look like it's about to go down. It is
wonderful.
on its last legs. And I know you're doing non-lethal damage, but that wolf is about to fall.
I was just gonna be like, oh, great. These are going to be a problem.
Yeah, because you know for a fact, because of the presentation, if you piss off the Empire, these are things you have to deal with for the rest of time. Enyo, back to you.
Cool. I would like to do many things.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
You do have your own, ace up your sleeve if you want to bring it out now.
No, that would ruin the surprise.
You know what? That's a fair point. Let's go ahead and leave it.
That would ruin the surprise. I'm going to look at what. Okay, I'm going to look at the wrong thing. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, this is what I wanted. So how do Hemocraft die work?
Okay, Hemocraft die. Let me double check real quick. Babe, I know you play a blood hunter in the Spelljammer game.
Yes.
How does it work? I have fire damage.
What is your Hemocraft die roll? Is it a D6, a D4?
Where would I find?
How many levels of blood hunter do you have?
6.
I believe it's a D6. Let me double check.
Oops, class reveal. One of them anyway.
As soon as you said Hemocraft, people probably knew.
Yeah.
It is a D6 at this level.
It's a D6.
Okay.
I believe they changed it so you no longer take damage.
Yeah, not in the most recent version.
I did make this off of the old version before I knew about the old one.
If you copied it from D&D Beyond or Wiki, it's the current canon material.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. So it's just a d6 of fire damage then?
No. Okay,
it's
so when you activate the right, you take necrotic damage equal to 1 roll of your Hemocraft die. So yes, you roll a Hemocraft die,
So roll a D6.
and then you take that as necrotic damage.
Okay.
1.
A damage. Can you please describe to us what it looks like when Enyo beckons on the power of her blood?
I feel like so she pulls out her whip, and I feel like it's like it has on like the very handle of it like a little sharp hook.
Mm-hmm.
Not big, but small enough to draw.
So it's a very quick and precise motion. you take the whip, and where traditionally on a sword there would be a pommel, you having a almost sort of like fishing hook. Give yourself a quick jab in the forearm. Your blood coats the hook and then shoots up the whip. Tara, you watch Enyo pull a whip out, like prick her arm on it, and then the entire whip alights with fire. And the fire is a deep, deep red and burns with a supernatural blood-like tint.
Does a 21 hit you?
Yeah, 21's gonna hit.
Perfect.
Then I add the d6 to that?
Yep, you add the d6 as fire damage.
Okay. So that's 9 slashing and 3 fire.
So 9 slashing halved to 4, and then 3 points of fire damage.
That was my action.
You have 2 attacks? Because
You do.
it's a bonus action to use your Hemocraft die.
Oh shit! Fuck yeah!
So attack again, 26.
26. 6 slashing.
Half to 3, and 6 fire. So in total, 3 and 3 is 6, 9, 9 halved and rounded down to 4, 13 points of damage to Tara.
Okay, and the doggies are gonna bite.
Well,
Okay.
actually,
Actually.
Tara's at 0.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, Tara's
So-
unconscious.
You alight your burning whip with your blood. 2 searing X's are carved into Tara's fur. And she... You know, I'm not even going to say... Because I want to do justice to Tara here. Because this was an unbalanced fight to begin with.
It was.
Tara does not fall to the dirt. I think Tara is like, your vision is black and your heart is thumping in your chest. And Tara is taken out of the fight, but remains standing in her spot. But you can feel like the might and the will to fight leave her. But Tara just keeps her feet firmly planted as
That
she
covers
is
it.
waning in and out of consciousness.
I call the dogs off.
Both of the scale wolves retreat and return to your side. Evander walks into the arena and is going to use... Let's see.
I feel so bad that I took like a single damage. And Tara's over there.
Well, Tara was
well.
digging into the wolves.
Well,
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 baby, I'm sorry.
What are you gonna do?
Hey, Jester, can you make me, can you make me a wisdom save? Please, please, please.
And you'll make a wisdom saving
my
throw.
sheet is taking 10 years to load. Maybe it's because I have ducks in the background.
Natural 1. So Enyo, fully not anticipating someone from outside of the arena to intervene, is completely at the will of whatever effect you are channeling. Okay.
Hold on. She would upcast it to 3rd level, so I think that's
Okay.
2 more d6s, right?
Yep, 2 more d6.
I do want to just, like, as a point, because of Tara, she's crying.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's 2 more d6s. I had to make sure.
Okay. So give me 2 more d6.
The last time Tara lost a fight, she was captured.
Yep.
So you would take 13 psychic damage, and you can't approach Tara, because technically Lysandra is behind Tara. You can't get near them.
Okay. So, Enyo, from no source in the arena, because of a talent that Lysandra has, you don't know where it's coming from, but you suddenly hear a mismatch of otherworldly voices echoing cacophonously in your head. You feel blood beginning to trickle down from outside of, like, from out of your ears, and you, like, it's a language you don't understand, but something deep and profound is speaking in your mind, and your mind does not like it. So that's 13 points of psychic damage, and you cannot approach Tara.
Not like I was going to.
Tara, actually, you know what? He has feline agility. In a blinding flash display of motion, everyone in the arena watches the panther-like tabaxi standing in the corner kicks up a cloud of sand and is immediately standing right next to Tara. And as a monk of the Way of Mercy, is going to spend a key point.
Before he does that, can Tara literally, like, shove him back? Tara does not want it. Does not want to be healed.
So, technically speaking, Tara is still under the unconscious condition, although I am letting her stand. You cannot fight him off.
Okay.
If you would like, you can take stress for this.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just gonna be a small amount, but, like...
Okay, give me another d4.
Alright. Uh, 2 points.
2 points. Okay. You regain, let's see, with his martial arts die. Okay. You regain 8 points of healing, and Evander, sensing your body language, immediately backs up. This is weird. If you would like, you can take an attack of opportunity on Evander as he backs away from you.
I can take an attack of opportunity on him?
If you would like to.
Okay, yeah. No, Tara's pissed.
Okay, go for it.
Tara will swipe at him with her sword. That's a 17.
17 will hit his AC. He will not attempt to raise it. He will just take the blow.
He takes 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay, you slash out across his black furred chest. And he backs away and nods to you in understanding, and then goes to join Enyo. You have 8 hit points and are not unconscious.
Enya is looking very, like, visibly frightened.
Okay. We are going
Like
to
it.
cut away from the battle map.
Cut away from battle. She volunteered for. She volunteered for this.
Actually, Evander is going to come back to you, Tara, with a box that is wrapped in a ribbon. And though you did not win the 500 gold pieces, you do still get the magical item that was offered as incentive for a volunteer to be here at all.
Tara will take it. She is, like, head down, very much, like, not herself.
Okay.
She is, like, very dejected and will nod, bow, and leave.
Okay. The win streak of Tara Lionsborn leaves the arena with her. Tara, you should, under items and under magical items, you should see the item that you were just gifted.
Okay.
Okay? And we are going to move on from this scene.
Go, 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 when you're hovering around. I'm gonna mute now.
So, Tearfy, What are your plans
Hello.
for the full rest?
What's it? We need to do some holistic care.
Okay.
Because the Beepos are really stressed out. Um, so I think she's going to be attending to Kipariso. I don't think I don't think she could really she can't really do much for Ebis because Ebis isn't gonna talk to her. Um that's it. Also need to take care of Tara, especially after seeing her get thrashed during the fight. And also Lysandra seems to be free. Um, that's it. I want to use I want to use this feature.
Okay. A dash of this, a dollop of that. During a short rest. Okay. Da da da. Fantastic. So you go around to various other alchemy shops and to like natural foraging from the world around it or world around you. You gather any materials, any fungi, plants, whatnot needed to produce some poultices.
Actually, what she's going to do is make some special tea blends,
Okay.
specifically to promote healing and de-stressing.
Okay.
Just
So
lots and lots of lavender.
what I would like to do, uh, if I could get you, you have proficiency in alchemist tools, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to make a check with the tools at advantage. If you fail, you still make the poultices successfully. If you succeed, they gain the additional benefit of giving your party members advantage on the rolls to cure their afflictions during this rest.
Awesome. That
And a
is
21 will do
phenomenal.
it. So everybody you would like has advantage on their roll during the rest to remove their affliction.
Mhm. What's it? I think specifically with Ebis's, like gifts of medicine,
Mm-hmm.
she is probably sending to them through a liaison, maybe Lysandra, um, as a like, here you need to take these so that you're in good shape for our next excursion. Also, I'm respecting your distance right now because maybe I'm one of the last people you want to see.
Okay. Absolutely.
And each one comes with an emphatic note, not poisoned,
Not poisoned.
just to be informative.
Okay. Now, at some point during your rest, Tirfi,
Mm-hmm.
you return home after a busy day. And you find on the table what looks like a parcel wrapped in paper and twine and a note accompanying it.
Yes. Alright.
You walk over, pick
Throw it
up
in the
note.
garbage.
Throw it in the garbage.
No, it's Yeah, we
You
read it.
open up the note. I will say, on the note, you do see the symbol of the Ancillai, so you know exactly who sent it. Reading the note, you see, Tirfi, wanted to let you know that your efforts in assisting the members of the Throck and the greater cause of the Vox Ancillai have not gone unnoticed or unappreciated. As such, I had some of our tinkers throw a neat little toy together for you. You should find a lot of use out of it. And, on the chance you don't want it, let me know, because I would love to add it to my own arsenal. Warm regards, Atticus.
Very curious. Just gonna open it quickly.
Okay, you undo the twine on the parcel, take off the paper, and
Actually, wait. What kind of handwriting does Atticus have?
it's on a scale of chicken scratch to calligraphy, we're about in the middle. It is legible, but it is hasty and a little bit messy and inconsistent.
I was imagining this like letter with cutesy, girlish handwriting, but also the deep voiceover from Atticus. She reads it.
You know what? Because this is funny to me. And you know what? The number one rule of comedy is heighten. So nowhere else in the letter, exclusively just above the I in his own name, there's a heart. Nowhere else.
Self-love is important.
Self-love is important.
Okay, so yeah, Tirfi will open the packet.
Opening up the parcel, you find a very interesting device. It looks like a flail, but the head of the flail, instead of being a solid metal object, is hinged almost like a cage. It's kind of trapezoidal. And there is a switch on the handle of the flail itself. You have an alchemist's flail. It is a +1 flail that has the finesse property. By pressing the switch at the base of the handle, you can extend the flail's chain up to 20 feet. It has the reach property until you release the switch, upon which the chain retracts. You can open the cage in the flail head to allow for a vial, potion, or similar-sized object to be stored inside of it. The next time you successfully hit a creature while an item is stored in the cage, the item breaks and its own effect is added to the damage roll.
Got me a fucking Belmont whip. All right.
Yep.
Or I guess like kind of a meteor hammer.
A little bit of both.
Hell yeah.
But you should have access to the alchemist's flail.
All right.
Fun little toy.
Yeah, Tirfi will add this to her kit eagerly. What's it? Cool that it has the finesse property, because I'm not actually built more into dexterity. I'm built more into strength. But
Oh, well,
cool that it has that.
cool that it has that.
Yeah. She'll need to do. I guess making a thank you for a thank you is exactly the kind of thing Tirfi would do. Yeah. We're gonna make something nice for Atticus at some point.
Okay, I love it.
But also the, I guess, other thing when Tirfi is not taking care of the party members to de-stress.
Mhm.
She is going to be scouting for a location for the hospital that she intends to get up and running one of these
Ooh.
days. Um,
Okay. That is absolutely doable. I'm trying to think, is a roll necessary for this?
if I can use specifically the ancillary channels to, I don't know if like I can gain access to like something they hold. If it is in the Throck neighborhoods, that would be preferable.
Give me investigation with advantage because you are pulling on the help of the ancillary.
Hey, I'm good at investigation.
I know you are. That's why I called for it.
Thank you. 16.
16. During the fires from the sewers about a week back, there were a couple of buildings that were accidentally revealed as not necessarily being in use. A couple of empty lots that maybe used to have businesses. And there are specifically 2 of them side by side in connecting lots that both do not have anybody who owns the deed or title to those buildings. And if you were to acquire both deeds or titles, which in the Throck Quarter you are allowed to do, if you were to acquire both of those deeds to that land, you could use both of the adjacent lots for the same building should you choose.
So, okay. What price point would I be looking at?
So,
Also, would they check if I just squatted? Since this is probably going to be a public-facing thing, so
they wouldn't notice
shouldn't do
probably
that.
until in the middle of renovations, and then they would definitely notice. So, in a weird way, the fires actually give you a bit of a negotiation advantage here. Both of these buildings are half burnt and destroyed. There is some rubble from the sewer explosions that need to be cleared off of the lot. Both of the buildings have holes in the straw roofing, and because of the weather and some of the rain that has come through, there's definitely like the very clear scent of mildew coming from inside the buildings. And again, this is the Throck Quarter, so this isn't exactly prime real estate as far as the city is concerned. You have, during the negotiations for the price on these 2 lots, you have advantage on persuasion checks to lower the price that you have to pay for these buildings.
That's awesome. Okay. So...
but to give you a base jumping off point for both of these buildings, each lot prior to negotiation is probably going to come out to 200 gold pieces each, so 400 total. But there's also the cost of renovating the area that you also have to look forward to.
Yeah. Alright. So, I guess I know what nest egg I'm saving up for with any shop profits.
Okay.
Never really talked about. Okay.
Which, that's another thing we could figure out. How much money you've made during this week. And what efforts, if any, you have made to rake in a little bit of additional income.
Yeah, I mean, she's also been working the last several weeks.
That's fair.
Or was it? I don't know. I don't even
You know,
when-
I think
since we've been in the sewer.
generally speaking, we'll do the roll for the entire months of profits after factoring in like property tax and material costs and like getting clay for the kiln, any property maintenance that you have to take care of, anything like that. But we can see what the remainder is. Let me figure out what roll I need for that.
This might be best resolved off recording.
That's fair. We can resolve this off recording as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So, anything else during the week that you have available to you?
Yeah. In addition to like just in visiting Kipari so often, I think she would try to see if she can get them to be responsive. They haven't talked since the sewer escape, and sounds like you've had a rough week, buddy.
Absolutely.
No idea if Kiparuso would be responsive by now, but Tearfee would like.
So I will leave it up to Lynx.
Yeah.
If
Tearfee would make
Tearfee
small talk.
makes an effort to reach out and offer you some comfort or conversation, is that something that Kipariso is currently of a mind to accept?
Yes, it depends on if you're like the first person other than Lysandra and Tara to show up and visit. 'Cause I don't know. I feel
So
like
I'll
there's
tell
order
you
of
what,
operations
we're
here.
going to be jumping around to things. If you want to resolve the very first person to visit you, I know exactly who that is.
Okay then.
Okay. So Kip, are you staying... This is very funny because now both of these are options for you. Are you staying at Lysandra's place or are you staying at your parents' vineyard?
Kip's not going home.
So you're staying with Lysandra.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. So, we're going to do the very first day of Kip's rest. You have a full week ahead of you. I want to ask out the gate, because this can be done any time during the rest period. Do you want to try to cleanse your affliction out the gate, or do you want to wait until Tearfee comes by to actually give you the tea?
I think wait until Tearfee comes by.
Wait until Tearfee comes by. Okay, so bear in mind for this scene, Kipariso is
It's gonna
still
be
confrontational.
Yes.
So, Kipariso, you receive a sending on the first day of your rest from Sophia, Eudoris's sister.
Okay,
So-
I'm ready to take note.
Because we're not sure when Eudoris will be coming around, we have been, as a family, figuring out what to do with his belongings. He left something for you. And you can respond back.
But okay.
Ambush!
Uh-huh. How long is like the window for response? Because I feel like it's gonna take Kip a minute.
I'm gonna say a minute. So the fun thing about things is that it doesn't really say in the rules, like, oh, you know what? The creature hears a message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender, and if it knows you, can answer in a like manner immediately.
immediately.
So it's whatever comes off of the top of Kip's head first.
Okay, it. Okay. Oh, jeez. What comes to Kip's head first? For me? You doors. But for me? And that's it.
You get another sending from Sophia, and she says, "Yes, Kipariso, for you. Where are you staying? I know you're not at the vineyard."
I'm at the Sears.
About an hour later, as Sophia navigates back up to the city and up to the noble district, there is a knock at the door. I'm going to say, just for the timeline of it all, Lysandra and Tara are not in the house because this is when Tara is fighting in the arena.
Oh no, okay.
Did you answer my own door?
I don't know.
If it helps, Sophia's voice from the door will go, "Kipariso!"
Jeez, okay. You're throwing a lot of things at me here.
She gave you an hour.
Okay. What is Kip in a guest room or Tara's room?
You would have been put
or
up in the
what?
guest room. Tara
Yeah,
doesn't necessarily have a room. She kind of crashes around the house wherever she feels like it.
Does it have a window that opens up to face the front door?
I am
Theoretically?
not. No, because the front door is in like the main living space in the kitchen, and then all of the rooms are towards the back of the house. So no, you cannot face the front door.
Okay. Then I guess after like a minute of waiting at the door, eventually Kip shows up wrapped up in several blankets, looking somewhat disheveled, and opens the door.
You see Sophia, not equally disheveled, but also looking disheveled. Hasn't done makeup, hasn't done anything with her hair, kind of threw on whatever clothes were available, didn't plan on being out in the city today. You can see tear stains on her cheeks. And she is holding a small wooden box, gorgeously engraved. And she hands it over to you.
Okay. Kip fumbles through the blankets, obviously, and receives the box,
Okay.
and then just looks at it, and then at her, and then continues to stare at the box like he can't even bring himself to open it.
Because you're confrontational, I want a reason for you to snap. So Sophia looks at you and kind of half-heartedly, but kind of sassily goes, "The gift isn't the box itself. There's something in it, Kip."
Uh-huh. Okay. And you just found this now?
Well, we didn't want to start digging through her room in the beginning because we weren't sure whether or not they were coming back.
They are coming back. I don't want this.
Eudoris wants you to have it.
Then they can give it to me themselves.
Kipariso.
No,
They are not possessed of the ability to do that right now. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a crumpled piece of parchment, a small square of parchment, maybe about the size of a sticky note. Uncrumples it and puts it on the box where you can see it. And it says, "Give this to Kip in case I can't."
Oh no. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Trust me, I am respecting her wishes.
All right. With shaking hands, Kip is going to open it.
Okay. You open the box, and inside of it, laying on a piece of brilliant, incredibly expensive purple silk in a box lined with velvet, there are a couple of strings, all of various thicknesses. They are silver and mirror polished reflective. And they look like they have a high tensile strength. It looks like they bend very easily and are meant to vibrate. And you realize these are strings for an instrument. These are percussive strings.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You should have the item card available to you.
Okay. Let me read that real quick.
Of course.
Let's see. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. Pretty silver strings. And they do stuff. Okay.
Yes. Strings that do stuff. A most apt descriptor.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite
Okay.
kind?
What kind? What kind of
Strings
stuff? Yeah.
Do you want to
that's the kind
share?
of strings. Sure, I'll share.
It's up to you. Please read the
basically-
item name as well.
Eudoris's concussive strings. Should I read the whole thing? Do you want me to just read it straight up or just summarize?
You can read it straight up. That's up to you.
I'll summarize.
Okay.
Basically, they let me cast Thunderwave or Shatter or Thunderstep in varying amounts. So they do cool stuff, and they'll be useful.
Yes, indeed.
However, in this instance, they're very pretty. But, like, what the fuck? That's just all Kip's thinking. There's, like, not many thoughts. Kip closes the box again.
I mean, Kip owns a lyre, do they not?
Yeah, they do. So, that's obviously what they're for.
Uh-huh.
But Kip is very clearly conflicted and looks like they want to give the box back again.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not saying anything yet because they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with this gift from someone that they're trying to save, but someone else has seemingly given up on.
Interesting perspective.
Mhm.
So Sophia looks at you and goes, "Do you like them?"
I would like them better from their hands.
I know you would. I would love for him to be here right now to give them to you.
You couldn't have waited like a week even?
Kip. I know there are some powerful people out there in the world. There are wizards who can move mountains. There are warriors who could bring down an entire legion without breaking a sweat. There are beings of myth and legend that walk this planet with us. And I am not one of them. And people much stronger than me and my family are the ones who took Eudoris, who was the best of all of us. There is nothing I want more for her to be back home There is nothing I want more than my sibling back here. I don't have that, and I don't have the ability to change that. Please let me process that how I will.
Then do it somewhere where I don't have to see.
Sophia takes a step back.
And the door closes.
Okay.
And Kip just sits against the wall, staring at the box for the next few hours until someone comes home and
Okay.
moves them.
All right. So, we're going to shift away from Kip for now. I think we're going to touch a little bit on everybody just so we can kind of get an established timeline since I'm already narrating out of order. But I am hoping to resolve all of the full rests tonight so that we can move on to the next arc, the next session. So, we are going to move on to who do I think won't take a while? I love all of you so much. Some of you love role playing for long amounts of time. I think Galatea. Let's touch on you. What are you gonna do during your 1 week vacation?
So, first things first. Before going to sleep after Kip's trial,
Mm.
Galatea is going to try and contact her mother.
Okay. You reach out to Athanasia. How are you trying to reach out? Or just the normal way, just channeling her from a distance?
I don't think she knows exactly how to contact her.
Mm.
So she's more like going to attempt to remember where the last portal was.
Okay.
Try and knock on the air as if it was a door and say, "Hey, Mom, I have something to ask of you."
Give me a D100.
Alright. There it is. 47.
There is a brief flickering in the air as arcane potential begins to well up in the space in front of you. And it starts opening. Also, to Claire, who is in the chat and has to leave early, go right ahead if it's okay. I know that I've proposed this a couple of times, but the need more or less disappears in the previous times we've talked about it. If you're okay with it, I can get you and Kip together sometime after the session, maybe sometime soon. Ideally before the end of the week, depending on everybody's availability, and have you two do a little bit of a one-on-one scene.
Basically always free. That's fine.
Alrighty, we can get to scheduling that after the session.
I was muted. Yes, that sounds cool.
Okay, perfect.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Night,
Night.
Claire.
I
So, continuing. You see the portal begin to open as that tear in space time, miles and miles and miles and miles apart from you, starts to open. It is nighttime now on the island. And what you watch through the portal, more than likely, will push Galatea's stress to its breaking point. You see the portal opening. The dusky sky. A torrential wind, as if there were a seaborne storm approaching the coast, is blowing the trees furiously. You see your mother, you see Athanasia, outside of her hut, channeling powerful old magic in the direction of something that you cannot see outside of the area that the portal occupies without, and it's not big enough to fit your body. You cannot see what else is going on without sticking your head into the barely formed portal.
I think more than anything should be at awe at what Athanasia is doing.
Mm.
That the reason she tried to contact her at this moment is more than justified now that she sees how powerful Athanasia can be.
So I will specify, just in case my description made it seem like this. Athanasia is not the one channeling the storm.
Got it.
She is channeling some very old magic, something that is very profound and primal. But she is not making the storm. Something that you do not see is making the storm.
Mm-hmm. In that case, I would like to cast Bless to try and help her.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
So I ask again, do you try to get a look?
Yes.
Okay. You push your head through the portal. And you look out to what your mother is channeling magic against. You see a very confusing thing at first, given the change in lighting conditions and the wind beating against your face, and you can already feel your skin getting sore as harsh tropical winds are blowing into your face. What you see on the coast of your mother's island are the necks and heads of a large sea monster. The rest of its body hidden beneath the pounding waves. The necks are long and serpentine, with gills and scales and fins cresting the back of it. The faces, though, are not what you expect, where you would normally expect something reptilian or fish-like. You see the heads of slobbering hounds covered in dense black fur. And with yep, Tara immediately guessed it. And what your mother is doing is not even attempting to fight whatever this is. She is attempting to push it back, to banish it, to dispel it. You give her a D4.
Hey, something.
Something. I'm gonna make a roll. I will tell you right now. I'm gonna roll this public. The DC to abjure this creature is 25. Your mother has a +6 to the intelligence check. She does have above human capabilities of intelligence, cresting a cool 23. So she has a +6 to this roll, and you're adding a D4. We're gonna do something fun. Can you add a D4 first? Can you roll the D4 for me?
Okay. Oh, fuck.
1. Changes her modifier to a 7. She has to beat a 25. So this has to be an 18, 19, or 20 on the D20. 13.
Fuck. No.
Rolling just a 20. You see she looks out of the corner of her eye and sees you in the half-formed portal, sticking your head out of it. Her eyes go wide. She turns and goes, "Galatea, no!" and shoves a hand out. You feel yourself pushed back from the portal. Just as you see one of the snarling heads come crashing down. And before you see the result of what happens, the portal shuts. And you are flown across the room and feel the air get knocked out of your lungs as your back slams against the wall. You are taking a monstrous amount of stress. Please give me a D6 and add 4.
Okay. So that is exactly my stress cap.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Galatea,
Yay.
you feel a tightness in your chest. You feel your breathing become labored and rapid. You feel your vision blurring at the corners. You feel a pain in your neck caused by the rapid intake and outtake of air. And you begin to spiral.
And it fits with her current affliction.
Uh-huh. You hear your door swing open, and you see as your vision begins to blacken even further at the corners, and like a closing aperture, what you can see in the room begins to condense and grow smaller and smaller and smaller. You see Aegle sprint over to you and place a hand on your shoulder. She is casting Calm Emotions. Are you letting her... Are you resisting?
No.
No. Okay. You heal 3 points of stress. You're brought back down below your breaking point. And you feel Agel's arm, weak as it is, tightly wrap under your right arm, under your left arm, and come around your chest. And you feel her head cresting right between the base of your neck and your shoulder. And she just sits there. You feel slowly you regain control of your breathing. Your vision regains clarity and focus. And Egel is there. Not saying anything, just having her presence be known.
So, normally I would also add that having failed miserably to help her mother and having had Egel help her out of all that would be either a major or a monstrous stressor. But I'm assuming because of calm emotions and Egel, she's not going to be adding stress. But
I'd say for this, if you really want to add the stress again, we can do it. But if you're content with the way that the scene is played out and you think Egel has helped Galatea sufficiently, we can leave it as it is.
Yes, I think it's enough.
Okay. And you sit there with Egel in your arms. And the night passes you by. On the remaining 7 days of your rest, as you said, this happened the night of the execution. How is Galatea going to spend her time? And is Galatea going to attempt to cure her affliction?
She will try and cure
Okay.
her affliction.
Are we going to do that before or after Tearfee brings you the tea that will give you advantage?
I don't think she puts that much value in herself. So, at the current moment, so I think at the very last moment, she's going to try.
Okay. So we're going to resolve this now, because knowing whether or not you have an affliction going into the next rest is that important of a deal. So let me find. Resources and notes, Darkest Dungeon, Curing Afflictions. Okay. Oh, it doesn't actually say it in this document. That's okay. Let me... I thought I already had it in the notes. That's okay. Curing afflictions. Okay. Do me a favor. Roll 2d20
Okay.
and take whichever one is higher.
16.
16. You cure your affliction.
Ooh, okay. I'm no
A
longer-
13 would have also succeeded.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, we know at the end of the rest, you cleanse the affliction. Is there anything else you do during your full rest?
Well, seeing as how Lysandra asked Venia and everyone else to go to her home at the very morning, she's going to go there.
Okay. We're going to leave it there for now, since that's a scene that's dependent on all of you. We're going to touch on Ibis. How are you spending your week vacation? Victor?
I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, I had food in my mouth.
No
Very
worries, you're
professional.
good. I choose wonderful times to pick on my players.
I think Evis is. First thing she would do is go to meet all of them, but since we're kind of skipping past it, I would say Evis is trying to she's doing the same thing that she did her last long rest, which is kind of wandering the grounds and being like, can I help you? Can I do something for you? Can I help you? Is there anything that I can do? And immediately getting told, like, no. Like, you're good.
Basically, you're about to go on a suicide mission. Take a week. Take a week.
Yeah, take a break. You're fine. You just had to watch, you just had to do the whole thing with Kip.
Fun thing I'll ask you. Is Ibis, at any point during her rest, going to attempt to cure her affliction? Or does she want to remain masochistic and have this heightened version of her blood magic still available to her when she goes to the jungle?
Being masochistic, she wouldn't want to cure it.
Okay.
Why would she?
It's a
She
recursive
deserves
loop.
You know? So,
this is
yeah,
hurting
100%
me,
she does
and
not
hurting
try.
me is great for me right now. So I'm not going to make efforts to cure this of myself, which means that it will continue to hurt me.
Yes. And also, my hurting can help somebody else in the future.
Got it.
And she's going on a suicide mission. So if her being in pain helps her to help other people, then why would she try and help? Why would she try and cure herself? That's an initiate
of the sisterhood.
Yeah.
You got the lesson. It's awful. I hate this place. Let's take one more moment as a group to just say the Empire sucks. This place is awful.
The Empire sucks.
The Empire sucks.
Says the executed.
I am righteous indignation on my side.
So, there is one thing I know Ibis is going to do during her rest. Because we've talked about this. At some point, probably in the middle of the week, you are approached as you are trying to find more menial, busy work to occupy your time and your worries by Calliope. And she smiles as she walks up to you and says, "Would today be a good day for lunch?"
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. Nobody wants to let me help them, so yeah, I
Because
think
you're supposed
lunch is
to be
good.
on a break, Ibis. You're going to go into the Savage Lands.
I was told that it was a suicide mission, so why not make the most of my
I'm sorry.
week?
If it helps, you were at the demonstration of the magistrates a couple days ago, right?
I had to be. Yes,
I
obviously.
heard rumor that some of the magistrate's wolves will be sent to help us, or help you, while you're in the jungles. So maybe it will be less of a suicide mission.
Are we the test of whether or not
it's
they're
it's a little
more
bit
capable?
of both. They're being sent to help you, but it's also very much a field test. From what I heard, again, these are menial rumors spread between novitiates. But if the rumors are true, any extra help will be appreciated. I hope.
Yes.
I already
I-
tried to ask to go with you, but I'm already a silent sister. I don't have to go on any more trials, so there's no reason for me to be there.
I appreciate that you asked to go. That would have been nice.
Yeah, a deadly jungle retreat.
When you say it like that, it makes me a little bit more nervous.
I'm sorry.
Actually-
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Going on a dangerous jungle retreat
Well,
with
actually, because I know this particular trial is a little bit more unique than what the rest of the Silent Sisters and I had to do. I actually made an effort to give you something that would make surviving a little easier. And she reaches into a pack. She pulls out a beautiful metal box, wonderfully engraved. She opens it up, and you see in the box 2 daggers with a mirror polished surface. Supernaturally so. These daggers are made of ulanite, which, as a brief refresher, is a material in my setting that grows in magically dense areas. It is a metal that is innately magical, and that quality makes it easier to enchant, easier to imbue magic into. It's very rare metal. It's almost like silver, but if it had more of a pearlescent kind of purplish sheen. So it's these weird, like, silvery purple daggers. And she goes, these are geminate blades. Both of these daggers came from the same piece of enchanted ulanite. The ulanite was inscribed with runes and then melted down and made into these 2 blades. And because of this, the blades are paired to one another. These blades can always find each other no matter how far apart they are. And watch this. And she picks up one of them, and in Lamise, the language of the Lamia, she whispers the Lamise word for mirror at one of the blades. And you watch a strange thing happen. She hands you the dagger, and you look into it, and she holds the other dagger up in front of her. And you look into your dagger and see what is reflected in the other dagger as if looking through a window. So instead of seeing your reflection, you see Calliope's. And it doesn't matter how far apart they are. You can always see what the other dagger sees if you speak the command phrase. And she hands the other one to you.
I mean, Ibis immediately takes it and is just like like studying it, just looking over it.
Of course. I made sure the command phrase was in Lamise.
That's. Thank you. I don't. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How,
No, the phrase, I touched on it before. The phrase is mirror in Lamise. So saying mirror activates and deactivates that quality.
how did you get your hands on something like this? I mean, you're a silent sister, so obviously. But thank you for thinking about me.
I don't want to do the like, mysterious, I have my resources kind of thing. Truthfully, there is an arcana smith here in town, an artificer who owed me a favor, and I knew that you were about to go into somewhere very dangerous, so I thought, why not give you the means to protect yourself? Not that I don't think you're already capable. You're still very capable, but anything helps.
I think Ibis just hugs her.
Calliope hugs you back.
I'm gonna try and make it back if that makes you feel any better. And I will for sure be using this like every day to talk to you. You know that.
Do you want me to keep the second blade on me?
Yes. I mean, if that's something that you want,
No, that's
obviously.
fine. I would love that.
You don't have to if
No,
you want to. It's not like
No, I would gladly hold the other blade. Of course I would. She takes one of the geminate blades back. And she goes, "Oh, I talked about this, but I haven't showed you this yet." She holds her palm out flat with the dagger sitting in it, and she goes, "Walk a little bit to the left. Just trust me."
She does, obviously.
And
Implicitly trust
again,
her.
in Lamise, she says, "Find." And you see the blade levitate in her hands and point at you, because you have the other blade. It's like a compass, but it always finds whoever has the second blade.
Calliope, this is fantastic.
And she says, "Find," again, and it returns to her hand.
You will never be able to get rid of me now you understand this.
What made you think I wanted that?
I mean, last time we talked, you were kind of mad at me, but it's fine.
I thought I apologized enough, but I am happy to do so as many more times as you need.
It's okay. I forgive you. You gave
Well,
me
I'm
something
glad.
very nice, so it's okay.
So, from what I heard, this is supposed to be your second to last trial. If you defeat the Wraith, there's one more trial that awaits you. And then you get sustained. You're so close. And so fast at that. Usually novitiates wait months between their trials, but Empress Leora wants you sustained right away. As long as you can handle it.
I hope I can.
I trust that you can.
I'm going to try, and do the trials get harder? I mean, they have to, right?
How the trials normally function usually don't have us chasing a fairy tale into the jungle to kill it. So you're already doing something a little different. If the last trial you have is the same as the last trial I had, it will actually be easier than the trial that you're currently doing. It's this weird bell curve. You went up and then you go back down.
As long as I don't have to die again, I think I'll be okay. Well, I hope. I'm gonna try.
I think I can spoil this. You don't have to.
Okay. You were at the whole trial and execution thing, right?
I was. I was there to be, to support you, to... I wasn't supposed to be there. I kind of snuck into the Coliseum.
Evis just smiles.
You wouldn't have seen me in the audience. I was watching from the portcullis and the iron doors behind you. But I was there.
I can't believe everything that happened. I can't believe Kip would talk like that, and I have to go on another mission with Kip. I have to be near Kip. And now every single person that I'm going on a mission with is labeled a heretic, and this is my last trial, so what if I mess up again? And
second to last, but yes.
I'm labeled. Well, second to last. Okay, this is my second to last trial, and
hardest trial. This is your hardest trial. The last one is easier than this, if it is what I did, at least. This is your hardest trial. Once you're done with this, you have it in the bag, Evis. You just have to... It seems weird to put it this way. You just have to go kill a ghost.
Yeah, what's so hard? Just have to kill a legend.
I would consider the Wraith of Turok more of an old wives' tale, personally, but...
Well, fair. But old wives' tales usually don't wipe out hunting parties. So, you know.
I mean,
a little
those are just
scary.
the reports we have. No one has seen the Wraith before.
And
it's very possible that it could just be some wild animals or some of the tribes in Turok who, feel like taking it out on the Empire. It could be any number of things. I mean, because think about it. If you go into the jungle and there's no ghost to kill, the ghost is already dead. The trial's done. If you go and it's not there, that's it. You did it.
Yeah. Let's hope everything will be fine. I think.
Everything
Probably.
will be fine. You're going to do great, Edith. No one has progressed through the trials faster than you. It means something that Leora is... the mortal goddess is having you operate at this speed. She clearly sees something in you that she did not see in the rest of us Silent Sisters.
The mortal goddess also wanted me kicked out. So, I don't...
So, I spoke to her after the day after the trial with Kip. I actually meant to bring this up. She admits she was a little bit hasty to act. She's had a shorter temper than usual. Genuinely, she would have asked for you to come back.
Good. I'm glad.
You know, she is with child, right? I mean, that she expected there to be some mood swings.
The mortal goddess's child is still. It's so.
I know it was announced less than 2 weeks ago. It's still hard to wrap my head around.
Everything will be fine. And
Everything
then
will be
I will
fine.
be a silent sister. And it's okay.
You get to
It'll
join the
be-
empire, you get to join the sisterhood. You get to get sustained. You will live forever with me and the rest of the sisters. And the mortal goddess.
Sounds perfect. Yeah, that sounds perfect. By the way, do you know?
I think all this is happening like while they're walking through the halls.
Do you know about the visitor from another?
Oh,
Oh gosh.
the ambassador?
Yes.
Yes.
The ambassador and
I've only spoken to her once or twice. She comes from a powerful city on Valstris, the Krovan theocracy.
I met I think her guard. And they were very nice. They tried to protect me.
I don't
Which was
think
nice.
I've met them, but I mean, if they are traveling with the ambassador. You might get an opportunity to meet Feodora.
Theodora.
Feodora.
That's I hopefully before my mission. Our mission, the mission, the very scary mission, I will get to meet them and make a good impression. But I should probably go get lunch somewhere.
Yes,
That would be nice.
Let's go get lunch. Okay. And we are going to move on from that scene to Lysandra. Now, we know the first day,
Yay.
Lysandra is calling everybody to the house.
Yeah.
So what are you doing for the rest? You don't have an affliction, do you?
No, I did not touch that. I'm good.
Okay. So, before we figure out what you're going to do during your full rest,
Yes.
on the second day of the rest, when you wake up, and you're extra sensitive to this, being that you are reptilian, the room and the air around you feels colder than usual. And it's this strange thing, especially because of your blindness. And that 10-foot area of blind sight that you have. You are laying in your bed, your sort of cot, nest, as it were. But with your blind sight, you do not sense the ground underneath you. You do not sense anything other than your nest. And it feels cold. And it grows colder and colder with each passing second. And you feel the movements of things that are large, things that are ancient and profound. You feel the presence of the chorus, and you feel that you are pulled in their domain.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Lysandra. We thank you for your dutiful service. A gift, a gift, a gift, 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 gift. You feel something manifesting in your hands. It feels like cloth.
Mhm.
Beautifully embroidered with runes and void speech. Feel around the shape of it. It's a blindfold. Not dissimilar to your own, of a better quality for sure. You can feel potent void magic from it. You hear your patrons. Put it on, don it, wear it, wear it.
She will not disobey. But I think she does keep like the eyes closed because the improperness of looking at whatever the chorus is, even if it is like the vastness of the astral sea. No looky.
Okay. You take off your blindfold. You feel almost supernaturally your old blindfold is pulled from you. You don't have an opportunity to set it down or stash it somewhere. It is ripped into the untamed astral. You put on the new one. You smell the scent of ash on the blindfold. But it's a very strange way. It does smell like extinguished flame. Like the last gust of smoke. But there's something else behind it. It's like the smell lingering off of a holy candle, or the residue of what remains when someone falls to a sacred fire. It is ash, but it is holy. And it's long dead. Tie the blindfold tight onto your face. You feel your senses reach out from you, which is a hard thing to quantify in endless nothing. But you feel what you can sense with your lack of vision expand. You feel it triple. And you feel something else. You feel an urge from this item to pull from your vitality. You feel an urge for it to strengthen you at the cost of something, but it's there. Lysandra, if you look in the magical items tab, you should have access to the Outsider's Veil.
Yay. Thank you, baby.
You're welcome.
Hopefully, a blind sight of 30 feet won't screw us over. Huzzah!
And still in the deep reaches of the astral sea, light years away from your home on the tiny, insignificant planet of Cypria, the voices of your patron. Is it satisfactory? Do you like it?
I think she's like like a finger or like a claw is just going over there to just like touch at the fabric around her eyes because she's more like okay, I could see kind of more.
Kind
Like,
of
what the
more.
fuck? So she's like a little amazed, and she just nods her head and goes, I appreciate it. I adore it. Thank you."
We are glad. The taste of mortals is hard to pin down. We know not your obsession with material things, but if this will aid you in aiding us, then we are glad you have it. If there is nothing else, we dismiss you.
Just got nothing else to say. Nope. Let's get out of here.
Blinding sense of movement. And you are firmly back in your room. You can feel things in your room that you cannot normally feel from the nest. Dressers, a table, Typhon sleeping out of reach, Delphi in the corner of the room. Things that your limited senses before could not pick up.
This is fine. This is fine. This
This
is
is
okay.
fine. This is okay.
This is fine. This could be fun. This could be fun.
Could be fun. Okay. I'm going to cycle back to Galatea one more time because I have one more item to give away. And then we will have that little group meeting. Galatea.
Yes.
Towards the very end of your rest. Oh, we'll do the hunting scene too. I am sorry. I just want to get everybody their items first, but I'll circle back to you, Lysandra. Thank you for reminding me. Towards the back end of your rest. Aegle approaches you. Are you doing okay, love?
I'm better. Thank you.
I'm glad for that. It makes me happy to know that you are doing well. You seemed very rattled last time. For reasons we understand. I understand, of course, but... I have been working on something for you. With assistance, of course. And she gestures down the hall to the closed door to the workshop. This is awkward. I was never good at gift giving.
What is it?
She slides a box over to you.
Galatea, with a big smile, opens the box.
So, what you see in the box is a cloak that is stitched together from a patchwork of torn war banners from all across the world. Banners belonging to the Kravan theocracy, banners belonging to the dominions of Gaul, banners of Bavro, of Eurydia, Acrian. The colors are mismatched, and some of them are still covered in dirt. But they are sewn together, and the stitching that binds these banners together is in and of itself a way, carved in a way that is very runic, and the threads are magical.
What is it?
So, I know, from knowing you and from loving you, you are a person who deeply wants to protect those around you. This is something we put together to make that easier for you. I will never fully understand your willingness to put your own life on the line so frivolously. But it is what you want, and I know that it comes from a place that is great and caring.
Just starts to tear up.
So this cloak makes it easier for you to absorb blows. Makes you more nimble, better able to resist tests of strength. It sharpens your will. But on top of those things, the cloak will let you become the center of a target's focus. If there is someone who you need to not be focusing on an innocent person, you can draw them to you, compel them to fight you. And if you fell that opponent, you can do it again.
It's like throwing a pebble at their head, but without throwing a pebble.
Yes, it is your ego that compels them to fight.
Tab doesn't say anything but smiles. She
Okay.
just smiles and stands
So.
up and hugs Eagle. Tightly.
Ven,
Hmm?
you should be seeing on Roll20 your new item. It is up to you if you want to read this out to the other players, if you want to keep this your own little secret.
Where?
Hold on. Under the player
Oh,
portraits.
there it is.
Okay, there it is. Okay. So, your choice if you want to read it out or if you want to keep it to yourself.
I am not going to read it.
Okay. But do you like it?
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
glad.
I do.
So, please add the Tatters of the Fallen to your inventory.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So, with this, it should be easier to defend those who need it.
Galate just smiles brightly and stands up and hugs Eagle tightly.
She smiles and hugs you back and goes, "Don't just thank me, thank the old man as well."
Well, yes, but I'm here, you're here, he's there.
I know. I
He
just
comes
had the
later.
idea. It was his magic that allowed it to happen.
I mean, either way, you two worked on this.
That is fair.
Like, without your idea, he couldn't have made it, and without his skill,
That's fair.
you couldn't have brought the idea to life.
It was my idea to use war banners, just a thing.
I mean, it's poetic.
Yeah, to remind us of our shared history.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. We're gonna go back to Lysandra.
Ah.
This time, this scene is going to feature Lysandra and Tara. Notably, this scene takes place before Tara loses her fight in the Colosseum.
Yeah.
They're not dejected, sad Tara. Got it.
Not dejected,
Not
sad
yet.
Tara. So Tara and Lysandra, you leave the grounds of the city. Tara, are you bringing Hercules with you?
If there is a way to discreetly get to
I will require a roll for Hercules.
what I'm what I'm asking is a way to discreetly hide him in the woods while also I want Hercules to stay in the grove. But one of the things that I want to discreetly do while Tara is here, if Tara can, is in her chicken scratch, in whatever parchment she might have on her, slip a note into that Vox Ancilai house.
Okay.
Just one that says, "Atticus, I need to talk." Tara.
Okay. Absolutely. You leave that at the hut, the abandoned fishing hut that is on the beach of the island where the mountain is. So, Lysandra, Delphi, Typhon, and Tara all go hunting.
I think at this point Tara is showing kind of what her mother taught her. And how, trying to recall how her mother taught her to hunt when she was very young. Because that was part of the rite of passage was in the tribe was for at least in her tribe, the women in the tribe were the hunters.
Yes.
So as a young girl, she would have been taught to hunt and specifically hunt like an animal. So she would have been doing this. That's why she didn't bring any of her weapons, was because when her mother taught her, it was in the lycanthropic form. Because Tara's mother was not a lion like she was. Her father was. Her mother was a wolf.
Yes. She was lycanthropic instead of leoanthropic.
So she would be teaching specifically Delphi how to pounce, how to hide in the brush, and teaching how to catch small prey first, then larger prey in a motherly fashion, kind of how she was taught.
Incredible.
Think kind of like the pouncing lessons from Lion King.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was getting. Oh, that actually reminds me. I have to give Delphi's character sheet
My baby girl. Gimme.
to Abby.
Gimme my baby girl.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
My weak baby girl who's going to be a menace soon.
Yep. Just making sure I have everything.
I will say, for the purpose of the first day of hunting, Lysandra would have traded out her curio to have the curio of cantrips.
Okay.
So she has the sling spell prepared.
Perfect.
So she will be like either to distract prey or like if they need to help, she will throw like an arrow that she probably has in her bag of holding or like a rock or something.
Perfect.
And she'll just sling it as a distraction or to actually harm someone.
Okay. You should have Delphi's character sheet.
Yeah.
Now, the thing that I want to make important is I have not edited the character sheet at all, save for changing Delphi's name.
Yes.
So, the tactics that Tara is going to be teaching Delphi already works with what Delphi is naturally good at, as green dragon wormlings are naturally proficient in perception and stealth.
Yes.
She is already an ambush predator.
But she's like 4 days old.
But she's 4 days old. Well, at this point, 5 days old.
She just hatched.
She just hatched.
I know she has an intelligence of 14. She's very smart.
She's very
wise.
smart.
But it's also like the purpose of Lysandra taking her out is also so she's not stuck in the house and she could spread her wings out, like the wingspan,
Which,
and actually get exercise.
As soon as she has the opportunity, Delphi's wings unfurl. Glimmering green, leathery, like skin between the wings. Iridescent green scales that are polished. She takes flight. Doesn't break the tree line, but soars. Zips. Taking to flight as naturally as she possibly can. Moving throughout the trees, weaving between trunks and branches. Despite being a natural at it, she is not practiced. So please do me a favor, Lysandra, and roll a dexterity saving throw on behalf of Delphi.
I know me baby. She is proficient in it. A 10.
A 10. So, you see, because she doesn't have the opportunity to spread her wings that often, she's not entirely aware of the area her wingspan takes up. And during one wing beat, snags her wing in a couple of tree branches. And the branches break off instantly, but it puts a spin on Delphi that she does not yet have the skills to accommodate. She does not take damage, but her flight is abruptly ended as in the air she spins out of control before eventually digging her claws into a tree trunk and, like a scared cat, is clung to a tree and is looking around. She pulls herself free from the wood and drops to the earth. And at this point, I imagine Tara is running over, Lysandra is slithering over.
Oh yeah, Tara would have like bolted as soon as she saw that.
Yeah. It's like they both go like, oh no. They're like, oh look, she's doing great. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no.
It's proud parents until you're like, right, she's 5 days old.
This is like a 5-year-old.
In dragon equivalent? Honestly, kind of, yeah. She is smarter than some full-grown adults.
Smarter than most of my other D&D characters.
You two run over. And Lysandra, this marks a very important moment for you. Delphi kind of shakes her head and, like, tries to, like, get rid of, like, the adrenaline. And she turns up to you and in still very slow draconic she goes, rough landing.
One, Lysandra is really giddy, but she tries to mask that by like leaning down and just be in draconic, going like, "Are you all right though?"
Fine. Dizzy.
It's okay. We could try again, maybe in a clear pasture, and then we could work on the thinning of the woods, thicker woods.
She nods. Tara, you don't speak Draconic, do you?
No, Tara
no,
does not speak
you at
Draconic.
least know that they are talking.
Yeah, Tara, whenever Lysandra starts speaking Draconic, just kind of goes, okay. I know I'm not going to be able to understand this, but I'm going to nod along like I do in the entire time.
Funny enough, Typhon could just like translate, but you know it's not a reliable narrator when it's
He's
Typhon.
not a reliable narrator.
Tara at this point has learned, don't trust Typhon.
So while Delphi is talking, Typhon is like crouched on Tara's shoulder, and he's like making a dramatic gesture of like putting up a finned ear and like leaning in really close, and then turns to Tara, and then goes, "My poison breath smells awful."
Typhon, sweetheart, I know that's not what she said.
No, it is. I promise.
Listen, I know you don't particularly like her, but don't be mean.
Incredible.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Is Hercules following us while we're in the woods?
If you told him to sit, he sat.
Okay. I told him just not to leave the woods.
Yeah.
That's more what what he was told. Just don't leave the woods.
He is clearly out hunting on his own.
Wonderful.
Good. We don't have to worry about a dragon picking fights with the Grey Render. Yet.
Not that Delphi wouldn't, but I mean, even as a young green dragon, she still loses a one-on-one fight. Well, she loses a one-on-one fight with a Grey Render if she, for some reason, cannot fly. If she can fly, she, of course, wins every single time. But Delphi kind of finishes shaking herself off, and goes, "What next?"
Lysandra will look over at Tara and tilt her head over and be like, What do you think we should start with? More, more
Well,
flying lessons?
actually, I had an idea. And Tara will, because at this point Tara is in her like full lioness form.
Mm.
Tara will kind of gesture for Delphi to follow her, not picking Delphi up, but like gesturing up the tree, and will climb it. Will use her just use her claws to show her to climb and how to do so.
Okay. I don't believe Delphi has a climbing speed. So if she is not flying, let's see. Her walking speed is 30 feet. Okay, so she can do. It's basically difficult terrain. Delphi leaps over, grapples onto the tree trunk, and begins to skitter herself up it. I'm gonna say just for the sake of this, just for the fun of it. What's your movement speed, Tara?
Is it affected by my Leo entropy?
Yes, Leo entropy adds an extra 10 feet of movement.
Okay, so then I can move 40 feet.
Okay, Delphi cannot beat you.
Wonderful. Tara will keep pace with Delphi.
Okay. What I'm gonna have you do, Abby.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you roll just straight up dexterity for Delphi.
Okay. 13.
Okay. She does not disrupt any of the creatures also living in the tree as she climbs. You see, there's a couple of moments, there's a moment where her tail swishes and almost knocks a bird's nest out of a branch, but it barely misses. She almost like fully crushes like a small rodent in her claws, like a jerboa, and barely misses that too, and then continues skittering higher and higher.
Tara's trying to get to the canopy of this forest. She wants to be above the tree line, if possible.
Perfect. You get to the top of the tree line. Eventually, Delphi pops out of the foliage next to you after a solid 10 seconds after you got there.
Tara will offer her hand out and just kind of go, come here.
She very delicately offers you one of her foreclaws.
Tara will pick her up from underneath like the armpit area and lift her onto her shoulder, much like she does Typhon.
In again, very cat-like, I'm being picked up, I'm gonna flail like instinct. You do get a couple of scratches on your forearm and chest. Not enough to deal like aggravated damage to you, but like just a couple of like cat scratches.
Wonderful. Tara will go, I do not know if you can. I know I cannot understand you when you speak, but can you understand me?
She nods.
And she'll smile and go, do you see that? And she'll point to the sky. That will one day all be yours.
Oh my god, you're doing the fucking...
I am doing the lion
You're doing the goddamn everything the light touches speech.
Uh-huh.
Take a fucking inspiration, you piece of shit.
Wonderful.
I want to hear the rest of the speech. Go on.
Keep going.
She'll smile and go, this will all be your domain, and you will be the mightiest creature in the sky. And when that day comes, when you overtake everything that flies, I know I will be able to watch on, proud. Maybe from above it. Our ancestors, mine and yours, watch us from up there. in the night sky when the lights twinkle.
You cannot hear this, or cannot understand this. Lysandra on the ground, I will let hear this, because Delphi is not being quiet because she knows you cannot understand her. Green dragons are very analytical, very logical minded, very matter of fact. They don't dwell on unimportant details, and they don't do well with figures of speech. And Delphi looks at you, and though you cannot understand it, you can tell that she is being serious in her general demeanor and body language. Lysandra, on the ground, you hear. It is a wholesome thought, but I do not think you will see me when I am able to claim the sky, for I will greatly outlive you and everyone else.
And Tara will just kind of smile, not knowing what she said, like seeing her body language, and go. I figure you're not quite the one for legend or superstition.
Again, you cannot hear this. Lysandra on the ground can. There is no use dwelling on legend when you are the creature legends are written about. I know
But-
I will be great. It is not a question.
Tara, not knowing what she said, but like just kind of continuing her thought, will go. But one day, I know, and you may already know, but and many people know, dragons as a species are the apex of this world. And I may die before it happens because, well, my profession almost guarantees I will die on the battlefield. But one day, I hope you know that I just remember me when you are up there conquering lands and eating villagers.
I don't know that I
One-
would be so brutish.
I want you to try and fly to the next tree. There is nothing to impede you up here. And if you fail, I will leap to catch you.
You see, in a very cocky way, she almost rolls her eyes at that and effortlessly dismounts from the treetop, outstretches her wings, and glides to the next, perches on it, and turns herself around.
Tara will smile real big and go, again!
She leaps again, landing on another tree.
And she'll repeat this until she can glide on her own over multiple trees.
Do me a favor. Abby, at advantage, roll
Yeah.
dexterity for Delphi.
Advantage, dexterity. Natural 20 for 21.
Dragons in the setting of the Veil. Dragons existed on this realm before even the gods did. Dragons were the first breathing beings to take in this planet's air. They're quick to learn, and their intelligence and pride have been earned by them. And taking to it with a quickness and a grace that is stunning to witness. Delphi travels acres of the forest in singular wing beats. And already you see flocks of birds diverting themselves from their paths to make room for the thing that they know instinctually is greater than them. And Tara, you watch this from the treetops.
Tara will just sit there really proud and lean down. My love, can you ask her if she has a favorite food? Like one of the meat, what kind of meat she prefers. I am proud of her and I want to reward her for, well, I mean, just being as majestic as she is as a dragon. Stroke the ego a bit, you know.
Lysandra responds, well, she has one. I will when she comes back.
And
Thank you,
eventually, Delphi returns and lands in front of you, Lysandra. And already, she is brimming with a confidence in her flight that she did not possess less than an hour ago.
There's that well-deserved good scritches. And Lysandra just kind of compliments her on everything and then forewarns her that, like, if you would like, we can keep coming out here so you can properly stretch out and get a better look of the area around you.
You see, she smiles and she says, nothing against your lair, mother. I adore the open sky.
And I'll make sure we see it much more.
I have a strange question that I have not been able to ask, as language has not graced my tongue until this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I know, instinctually. You and Tara are, of course, not my mothers. Though you have taken in to the maternal role with a quickness that I appreciate. I must, at one point, as my instincts drive me to this, and I cannot avoid their call, seek out my mother. Even if I do not stay, I must find her. Is there a time that would be good for this?
I know we talked about it out of character, but I'm trying to figure out how to put this into words.
Yeah.
There will come a time where we all need to leave the Empire permanently, and I think that will be the best time for you to go on your own way.
She nods. And Delphi says, I cannot guarantee my return, as I do not know how my mother will entreat me when I arrive. Naturally, another one of my kin will better know how to take care of me and how to nurture me. But that being said, I know my lineage. And I know dragons whose scales are muted and unreflective typically are not the most caring parents. And that is a rarity I am not inclined to surrender.
He nods her head. You do what you need to. And I will understand everything that you need to do in your power to go accomplish your goal.
She nods, stretches out her wings. Thank you, Mother. I shall be a little long. I have not yet hunted, and I have an eagerness to test my claw and fang. You see her reptilian nostrils expand and then constrict, and she goes, I have caught the scent of an auroch. And she's almost like, she's almost like waiting for your permission to leave.
Yeah. Kind of giving that like nod of like affirmation.
Okay. She once again takes flight and zips through the forest. And you can see far through the tree line, barely between a couple of trunks that obscure a lot of your vision, the brown fur of a creature that is like a fusion of a cow and bison, with large bumpy horns, as she zips and sinks her fangs and claws into the hide of an aurochs. And you can see from very far away little greenish light reflecting as poison dribbles down her maw and sinks into the flesh of the aurochs, and weakens it substantially. And it's not that much longer until she is dragging the carcass of the animal back to the opening in the forest where you and Tara are. And she takes to this with a substantial quickness. She is, without a shadow of a doubt, not only just a predator, but the greatest predator that this environment has ever known. And we're gonna cut back to Kip.
Yes, me?
I know that you still have to have a private conversation with Tyrfie. First thing I'm gonna ask, now that we know that you're waiting until you have advantage, are you going to try to cure your affliction?
Yeah, I guess, but less
Okay.
less of an active way and more of just like a passive letting people help them sort of way.
I love it. Please go ahead and give me 2 d20 rolls and tell me which one is higher.
An 8.
The DC for cleansing an affliction is 10.
Wait. Oh, I don't have any inspiration left. Oh no. Dang it.
Can I give Kip my inspiration?
I will allow it.
Okay.
Oh no.
Kipariso, though you are cured of your stress at the end of the full rest, everybody, for right now, go ahead. And unless you anticipate any events in your full rest to give you more stress, go ahead and remove all of your stress to 0. But Kipariso, Kipper, you'll still cure all your stress, but you are still confrontational.
Great. This is fun. I love this.
Angry goat boy.
We love.
Have you ever
Angry
heard
Goat
the
Boy.
story of the 3 Billy Goats Gruff? Let me tell you about it.
Ooh.
Oh, this is gonna be bad for combat.
Yeah.
I think you got
Yeah.
Shatter.
Hey, Kip. If you start the fight,
I can't.
if you
help
start the fight with the
anyone.
Wraith, yeah, that is fair. You don't get to cast any
Their
beneficial
whole
effects on your
kit
allies.
is based on support.
I guess you gotta show that roguish
Uh,
talent you got.
I guess.
Kip is a fighting bard now.
They only got 2 levels in Rogue so far.
That's
Well,
still sneak attack.
Conveniently, you do happen to have strings for your lyre that you can use to cast some offensive spells.
Just a couple of them, though. It's not very many.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how this goes.
Let's see how this goes. Is there anything else Kipariso wants to do during his full rest?
Just kind of vibe in bed most of the time.
Okay.
And
not most of the time?
well, I imagine that's going to be taken up with talking to other people.
That's fair.
But most of the time is just, yeah, kind of just morosely moping around the house that isn't theirs.
Okay. Towards the end of your full rest, loosely, a voice that you have not heard in a bit, and a stinging sensation in your palm. As Polydamna makes herself known and says, Kipariso, I have wonderful news for you. Captain Mordecai is on his way with the tone deaf siren as we speak. Based on his estimates, and given a very random ocean storm that diverted him a little bit off course, Mordecai shall be here in approximately 2 weeks' time. It's time for you to go play the role of the headstrong hero.
So I will say that this entire time, even from like the point where Kip was arrested, they haven't reached out to Polydamna on their own at all. They've been trying to avoid her, or talking with her, or about her, because there was a situation. But at that, oh geez, okay. Yeah, that doesn't really inspire Kip to respond. They're just like, great, I have a thing, and then in 2 weeks, if I'm even here, then I can go.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, that makes him even more depressed.
It's very
I gotta wait 2 weeks. As long as I don't die, I guess I can go save my boyfriend.
We'll see.
If I live.
But it's not like snapping at Polydamna will change the rate at which a boat travels across the sea.
That's very fair. Um, as one more thing, Polydamna will say, by the way, I meant to say this a little bit earlier in my week, but I was very busy. What an ingenious way to escape a death sentence. I don't know how you planned it out or how you knew that she would react that way. But that was probably the most clever exploitation of a godlike entity I have ever witnessed. Unless you didn't do it on purpose.
Again, I think Kip won't respond because they know that if they do snap, as like their temper is starting to bubble, they will doubtlessly say something that would like incriminate them or put them in a poorer light than they already are in
But
some way or another.
consider, what if it would be really fun if you said some shit that you can't take back?
I mean, yeah, I could. But this is also probably hot off the heels of that confrontation with Sophia.
Uh-huh.
And Kip is angry, yes, but is starting to realize I can't snap at everyone who's trying to help me. Unless, I mean...
Okay. Truly, the
they're trying to
final,
resist snapping.
final note. Polydamna says, clearly, you are not in the talking mood. That's completely understandable, given how miserable your life has been. I will leave you to it. You will not hear from me unless I hear back from you first. Or unless something that jeopardizes our arrangement comes up. Make sure those strings get played very well. Alright, Kip?
Strings?
The silver strings from the box. The ones you have not strung onto your lyre yet. The ones that represent everything you have to lose. Those strings.
How do you know about those?
Are you honestly surprised, Kiperiso? I mean, really? I'm Polydamna. I bound you to an infernal pact. How wouldn't I know? I know everything I need to know.
Kip doesn't respond to that, but like those strings, Polydamna was right. Kip hasn't strung them. Kip has probably like put them under something in the room so that he doesn't have to look at them.
Yep.
So that's scary to hear.
And as she promised, you don't hear anything else from Polydamna.
Mm-hmm.
Last call for any small things that can get done during this session. Otherwise, we're going to move on to the talkback. And next session, we will finish everybody's full rests.
I think the after Tara's fight.
Yes, I do want to visit this, actually. Yes, perfect.
Yeah. So after Tara's fight, Tara would have gone into... There's an area where they kind of like drag people, I assume, who've lost in the Colosseum.
Mm-hmm.
She's going there, but avoiding the healers.
Absolutely.
She is trying to slip out without being seen, without being like as much as she can't is able to not be noticed as a giant fucking werelion. Because she, at least the flavor that I put onto it, when she transforms out of necessity, cannot transform herself back.
Yep.
Um,
It's a survival instinct. And until you fulfill your fight instinct or your flight instinct, you do not get to leave it.
And she will go back to the house, I think, is
Can
her
you
first.
give me a luck check on whether or not you run into anybody leaving the Colosseum? Just a
One second, let me
D20.
put the- Okay. Two.
2. As you are storming out, and as
It's more slinking than storming.
slinking out. Honestly, simultaneously better and worse for this. As you are slinking out, you turn a corner. Well, not a corner. There's not a lot of corners the way that Colosseums are built. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
you
kind
come,
of a
you come
corner.
around a bend,
Yeah.
and you see Asphodel, who looks very concerned when you come around the corner.
Carl will take a deep breath and just go. It happens to all of us eventually.
She stands up and starts approaching you, kind of gauging your reaction on everything.
Tara will just 1 foot back, bracing herself, because the last time she saw Asphodel, she ended up getting fucking demolished by Asphodel's handler.
Which you do not see that individual anywhere near you.
So Tara is able to kind of breathe easier. Still hulking and near 11 foot tall at this point, but less of a feral cat ready to pounce, more of a one that's being coaxed to calm down.
You see she reaches in to a pouch on her belt, pulls out what looks like a little tub of ointment, and in that way that she speaks to you wordlessly, you can almost sense the like, may I?
I'll like take a deep breath and shake her head and go, as much as I appreciate the gesture, I need to wear this for a while.
She nods and then just hands the jar of ointment, like, out. As if asking you to take the entire thing.
Don't you need that?
She shakes her head now.
I know they don't often put you against opponents that are strong enough to harm you, but
She opens her pouch and you see that there's 2 more of these in there.
fair enough. Thank you.
And add to your character sheet a vial of Keogtum's ointment. Let me write down the words for that. It's a glass jar, 3 inches in diameter. It normally contains 1d4 plus 1. This one has clearly already been used a couple of times. It has 2 doses of a thick mixture that smells faintly of aloe. As an action, you can apply a dose of the ointment to your skin, or you can swallow it, and you regain 2d8 plus 2 hit points.
All right. I will ask you what that does again later, because
That's fine.
Yeah. I'm just gonna copy and paste the name. And then I will edit that again later. She'll smile and nod and even in her like larger form, she's going to move in and see if Asphodel will let her hug her.
Yes, Asphodel will let you hug her.
And Tara will just kind of smile and go, "One day, they will see we are not monsters." And then she will make her way home.
She nods her hand and watches as you leave.
Tara will once home, if she'll quietly check on Kip and then slink into the room that she had claimed as hers with like her pelts and stuff in it and just hide.
Okay. So, Kip, you see a very strange thing. You're already in your own funk that's going on. This is the same day that you saw Sophia.
Mm-hmm.
Tara walks through the house, half shifted, looking completely defeated. There is still blood matting on her fur. There are a couple of puncture wounds, and you can see discolored skin where the fur was split. You can see tear stains also kind of coating the fur under her eyes and like around her cheekbones.
If Kip is checking in after Tara is like in the room, she's sobbing.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, if you don't physically go to check up on Tara, you will hear her sobbing down the hall. You have never seen this woman like this before.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. You know, I think after a little bit, Kip would knock on Tara's door.
Mm-hmm.
Would she open it?
Knock, knock, knock.
Tara would not open it, but you'd hear like Tara try very hard to stop the crying and just I am sorry, I do not mean to be so loud. You may come in if you wish.
My hands are full.
Of course they are. And Tara will stand up and open the door and go,
Okay.
"My mistake. I apologize. What can
His
I do
hands-
for you, Kipariso?"
His hands aren't full of blanket. They're full of tea, which he shoves at you.
Thank you, Kip.
You look like shit.
Yes,
Stop
I know.
being sad.
What an
You
angry
left.
way to tell someone I care about you.
I love you. Take this tea and shut up.
You look like shit. Knock it the fuck off.
Tara, I'll just go. You first.
Wow.
Me first. Drinking tea, stopping.
Stopping the sad.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
I'm not sad. I'm fine.
that's bullshit, and we both know it. Listen,
Maybe.
I know. I don't know, but it must have been hard to die 3 times. It was hard to watch,
Well,
but
didn't have to watch. I don't know why you were even there.
because I fucking love you, you little bastard.
Yeah, but okay, so I asked you to maybe go do a thing if I were to die, and then you were also there, and you also could have died, which was don't do that.
My plan was to fight for you.
Which was that bad plan.
Yeah, you can say that all you wish, but I do not think so.
I could have taken and defeated Decima or Ibis. I would not have killed Ibis. Decima I would have gladly slaughtered. But I would not have killed Ibis. Knocked her unconscious.
Okay, I was the only one who opened my stupid mouth, so I was the only one that needed to face punishment.
Do you know how often I open my mouth about this stupid fucking empire? Actually, I wanted to thank you. Because now I get to go home because of you.
Yeah,
The-
well, let's just hope you don't die there.
If I die there, so did the rest of my family. So I will go to my ancestors. I will be
Oh.
fine.
Matching. Cute.
But
Okay, I'm gonna go back to my cocoon.
hold, I wanted to tell you something.
What?
Though we are going back to my home, I will keep my word to you. We will go and get you, Doris. I promise.
If we survive.
I will make sure at least you do.
That is a big promise.
Yes, it is. But if by my life or death I can make it happen, I will. I promised your parents I would take care of you, and I will keep that promise as well.
You make a lot of promises, don't you?
Yes, it is kind of part of who I am.
Yeah, okay. Well, drink your tea. Whatever. I'm going back to bed.
Me too. You have a good night, Kip.
Whatever.
She'll shut the door and go drink her tea.
And so they separate. I will ask Tara, do you still plan on hunting for the rest of the week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tara's still going to go hunting, but the I think after the defeat in the Colosseum, the way she fights in the Colosseum becomes more bestial. It's a lot more for the average citizen frightening. She shows why it took as many people as it did to capture her. And far more than normally die in Tara's fights, die.
Tara, I'm gonna need, at advantage, an athletics check. You can add the bonus from your magic item from this point forward.
Okay.
Give me athletics at advantage.
All right, let me get my sheet back up. I'm gonna quickly read the item description.
Mm-hmm.
This is a extra +1. All right, cool. You said athletics at advantage?
Yes, athletics at advantage.
That is a 17.
Okay. Please roll me 3 D10.
That is an 8, a 1, and a 2, total 11.
Okay. So, you get a payout of 110 gold from your fights in the arena. Last thing I'm going to need from you. Please give me intimidation. You may use your strength instead of your charisma, and you may roll it at advantage.
Okay, so that's adding the +3
Yes.
advantage. All right. So
21.
21, yeah.
Tara, you notice something. Over the course of this week of your gladiatorial matches, as you grow more and more savage in the arena and lion out more often, the name that is chanted from the audience changes. Already, you were known as the Lioness of Eurydia. Now, rather than saying that entire title, everyone just calls you the Lion Lady. And everybody knows exactly why they now call you that. Tara is not the person fighting in the arena anymore, at least as far as the audience is concerned. A lion that should be held in captivity, that was abducted from the islands of Turak, is what fights in the arena. And you feel, despite your victories and despite the amount of fear that the audience has for you, in a strange way, your reputation shifts from a person that people come to watch at the arena to an animal people show up to watch tear things apart.
She's kind of leaning into the, if they're gonna call me a savage, fuck it, I'm gonna give them a savage.
Fuck them. Fuck this empire. Fuck the people who put you here. Fuck the people who torched your village. Fuck everybody who uses you as a form of entertainment.
Yeah. There is one thing that Tara wanted to do as well. Is there, with Tara's limited knowledge of magic, living with someone who can cast it, would she know if there is a way to change the colors of her cloak?
Yeah, there are independent artificers out there who will just change the pigments of things. Of course there are.
Instead of the green, or instead of the red and gold that the cloak has on it now,
Yes.
she wants it to be the green and black that her father's robes were.
The color shifts.
The green would be replacing the red, and the black is replacing the gold.
Okay.
Just for magic item's sake.
Yeah. I am adjusting the item description as we speak.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. While we're here, would you like to change the name of the item?
She'll call it the Cloak of Remembrance.
Love it.
It's a way for her to remember farther than just the... Actually, could she physically add something to the cloak without harming the enchantment?
Yeah, it depends on the severity of what you're changing, but what's the vibe?
She wants to add the lion pelt that she wears on her shoulders to turn it into a mantle cloak.
Done. Absolutely. You incorporate it with the lion pelt. And you wear on your shoulders a trophy you did not earn for a fight you lost.
Yep.
Okay. Kip, I see you in chat. What are, in theory, what? What are we asking?
Oh no, I wasn't asking something. I was just responding to Abby's comment about how the smell of something burning would definitely get the two sad fucks out of the rooms.
In theory,
Gosh.
yes.
Oh no, it 100% would get Tara out of the room.
Yeah, on the very first
Probably not
night,
Kip,
on the very
though.
first night, Lysandra burns dinner.
I tried. She tried. She
Tara
doesn't know how to
would-
cook.
Tara would rush out and just go, "My love, I'm sorry. I would have cooked. It is okay. Thank you."
Typhon will still eat it.
And speaking of burning, the tea you got is also really shitty.
It's
Tara
okay.
will eat the burned food and drink the shitty tea just because.
Tears crawling down her face.
Tearfee comes around literally the next day and drops off better tea.
Tara cooks better food. Well, listen, you're a blind snake lady. I don't know, cooking.
You don't even have your new blindfold yet. That's tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm
you-
still
you
wearing a
tried, and
blindfold.
that's okay. You tried and that's okay.
Probably like misread. It's like the sugar and flour thing. She thought it was sugar. Oops, flour.
Salt.
Gosh,
Yeah.
I need to tell this one specific anecdote. And this is the reason why I hate this particular food now. So I'm a little
Is
kid,
this
right?
starting your talk back?
Let me end the recording and restart the recording. Then yeah, this will be the talkback. So I'm gonna record the end of the episode now, and then I'm gonna do that anecdote. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. And with that, we are going to We're going to end. My God. 1, 2, 3. I'm restarting so that I can cut this and do this again. And with that, we are going to end this episode of the Empire of Blood, a moment of respite. Please join us in 2 weeks' time for the next episode. This one should hopefully be airing live in some capacity. Thank you all for watching, and wish the best of your luck to our ill-fated heroes. See you next time.